Good evening, everyone who are in here in the boardroom, as well as those who are watching us by Zoom. I'd like to welcome you to the Board of Education regular board meeting of February 27th, 2024. We're getting ready to adjourn into closed session. Are there any comments?
Yes, there's one
Questions?
public comment for C7 evaluation of the superintendent, Tim Tilton. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I'm learning my lesson slowly. All right, dear board members, I'm here today to address the closed session agenda item, evaluation of the superintendent. I believe the selection and the direction of the superintendent is the most important job of our school board, and I believe the process should be thorough, fair, and transparent. To achieve these goals, I propose some of the following. First, to build trust with the community, the board needs to define and share the sources of data and the performance criteria that will be used to evaluate the superintendent. I'm not suggesting you share the data, but the criteria and the types of data that are being considered. What types of data are we using? Who provides that data and the analysis of that data? It stands to reason that the criteria, data, and critical analysis must exist outside of the office of the superintendent itself. When asked, one of our board members who was freshman to the board why they chose to extend Dr. Maldonado's contract for a news outlet, they said they had spent the weekend with her at a conference and was a good judge of character, and that they could tell that she was a good fit for the Santa Barbara Unified School District. I appreciate the sentiment, and I know that Dr. Maldonado's character is beyond reproach. She's dedicated her life to the community and to our schools. But I'm sorry, this is not appropriate evidence or criteria for selection of a superintendent. Instead, we need to have the success and effectiveness criteria defined. We need to know as a community, how are we measuring success? What does that look like? We are a unified school district, and that data needs to include comprehensive data for both elementary and secondary schools. The second piece of feedback I want to provide is that the process must include feedback data from employees at all levels of the organization, including teachers, community members, and administrators. Feedback data provides invaluable insights into the superintendent's leadership, communication, and management abilities. It is imperative that this feedback be gathered in a safe and anonymous manner, and that it be given to the school board in an unaltered form. By not creating space for employees to give critical feedback about our district and our superintendent, you're basically silencing like this really valuable voice that gives you a perspective. You're the employer, you're in a place of privilege, and all the choices of the district office are shined upon with bright light. But I'm an employee, and an organization that exists without systems that allow critical feedback of its leaders is one that is going to become toxic and potentially concerning. So I'm asking and begging really that some part of the criteria include feedback. And I want you to know that the previous administration had this feedback. Every administrator, from the superintendent's office to the site leadership, we were able to get feedback on all of them. I actually know some friends that are still administrators, and they found that feedback really helpful for improving their practice. I'm not here to say whether you should or should not continue to have Dr. Maldonado be our superintendent. That's not my responsibility. I'm just asking
Thank
that
you.
you consider our voices.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. We will now adjourn to closed session. Who are joining us virtually, I'd like to call to order the regular session of the Board of Education's trustee meeting for February 27, 2024. Now we'll look for language access.
Thank you. In order to provide language access, we have Spanish interpretation here in the boardroom and also through Zoom. And we also have ASL interpretation through Zoom. Muy buenas tardes. Para tener acceso lingüístico, tenemos interpretación al español aquí en la sala del consejo y también por medio de Zoom. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Make an announcement out of action that was taken in closed session. In any unanimous votes or 4-0 as Mr. Banning is absent this evening. In closed session, the board voted on 4-0 on item C3 to agree to pay the licensed nurse 1 in the amount of $41,640 for out-of-class work performed for 2021, 21-22, and 22-23 school year. Thank you. We will now move to the student board member report.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to provide an update about what the Student Advisory Council is doing, which is a group of high school students across the district who work together to provide input to the district, as well as work on campaigns to improve the schools. For suicide awareness and in response to one incident at the railroads next to San Marcos, the Student Advisory Council is working with Operation Safe Surfs, a railroad initiative to prevent railroad incidents. And part of this is installing 988 mental health crisis hotline signs, and to have those signs serve to make those who consider taking their lives think twice and change their decision. There will be signs installed at the railroads next to San Marcos, and as students, we will ensure that the design of the sign will speak to students and also be there to install the sign, and that date is set at the end of March. We are also exploring how to make mental health resources more accessible for students. Many, if not all, students at the council were not aware of the resources available, including FSA therapists and Daybreak, an online counseling service, which is available to all students. We all have flyers on our campuses, but no one reads them enough and is aware of the resources available. So a big project in response to this issue are the wellness centers, but we're also exploring having Canvas notifications that ask students how they're doing and direct them to links that refer themselves to a therapist. And because students have to use Canvas, all students will see these notifications, which contrasts to sending things out on Student Square or email. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Anastasia. Now move to the superintendent report.
Good evening, board members, members of the public. I would like to start today's meeting by honoring a Dos Pueblos teacher who passed away unexpectedly over the weekend. English teacher Matt Struckmeyer unexpectedly suffered a medical emergency. This was his first full year at Dos Pueblos after having worked long-term as a substitute at Santa Barbara High School last year and at Laguna Blanca before that. This kind of loss is heartbreaking, and we have sent our condolences and continue to send our support to Matt's family, students, coworkers, and friends. Our team has been providing support to the staff who knew Mr. Struckmeyer at Dos Pueblos, along with their students with the Compassion Center. Please join me in a moment of silence in his honor. Thank you. This morning, we attended the Santa Barbara supervisor meeting down the street at the county building, and our district was recognized. I'll pass out our recognition proclamation to the board members so they can see it, for our partnership to create a mobile dental clinic with the Santa Barbara neighborhood clinics. This recognition by the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors really was done in recognition of Dental Health Awareness Month. And we know that, so I had a chance to attend with, as you can see here, Principal Binkley, along with some students who have received services. Dr. Maria Ashrafian joined us, the CEO of Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, and Dr. Nguyen, the dentist, who's also done some of the work for us. They have been going to schools and have been serving 200 to 400 children a week in our community. To date, they have seen over 1,200 students so far. The students get screenings, they get dental care. If they have severe cases, they are then referred out to specialists in either our community, or if it's in a more specialized need, they have also been served either in Goleta, Oxnard, or Ventura, depending on the student needs. We believe that healthy living includes having a healthy mouth, and often sometimes first symptoms of a physical condition can be found through dental exam. So we're really grateful to Dr. Ashrafian, the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, And of course, having a chance to be at the podium, I did make my ask that I'll continue to make, which is to work on creating a similar van, but for vision screenings. And I did have a short conversation with Dr. Ashrafian, and we're hoping to create something like that. We know that children are with us 6 to 8 hours a day, depending on the after-school care or not. We know that for parents who are working jobs that are hourly, who may not have transportation, taking the time out to get across town wherever they need to get this service can be a fiscal impact to the family. So we are happy to partner with the neighborhood clinics and anyone else who's helping us to get dental and vision tests and supports and services to our kids. So we're very proud of that, and obviously wanted to share that recognition with the board and our district, our teachers, our staff, our principals, everybody who's helping make this happen. We also wanted to talk about a new initiative called Literacy Moves. I believe in collaboration with First Five and other organizations. The students had their first field trip about 2 weeks ago. This initiative is an interactive experiences that exposes Santa Barbara Unified preschool students to real-world examples of kindergarten level vocabulary. Again, we've partnered with Santa Barbara Ed Foundation, First Five Santa Barbara County, other Santa Barbara-based organizations to bring this program to life. We are very lucky to have other partners in this initiative, like the Santa Barbara Museum of Art, the Moxie, Santa Barbara Zoo, the Santa Barbara Metropolitan Transit District to host the interactive experiences for our youngest students. We know language development happens when you have the actual experience that kids can then refer to as they talk about that. The goal of the project is to improve kindergarten readiness for the students while exposing them to organizations in our community and help inspire a lifetime of love of learning. We do have a video to show this work in action at the Museum of Art.
To the museum. Welcome to the Santa Barbara Museum of Art.
And I will say, if I'm having a difficult day, those are the classrooms I like to visit, along with the infant center, those beautiful faces. The next thing I'd like to share with the board is a project that is being led by our own Dr. Debbie Martinez, called Project to Inspire. It's the first cohort of Project to Inspire. It's a research-based collaborative project that uses a systematic approach to build parent capacity to better understand the American school system. Emergent multilingual families participate in a cohort where they build community and then begin to gain agency of the goals and objectives of their child's education and experience in our K-12 system. We're excited to have 24 parents currently enrolled in this first cohort that takes place in the evenings for 2-hour sessions. The project consists of 12 modules where each module targets a specific element of our educational system. I did get a chance to greet them the other day, and I'm very pleased to see so many parents late at night really here to learn and partner with us. We know that when parents are involved with schools, that we make better partnerships around what we expect for our children. So thank you, Dr. Martinez and the parents for doing this. And lastly, we're going to go to our Every Child Award. Again, the Every Child Award is an initiative that is meant to look for all of the opportunities that show where staff and others are working to ensure that every child is given every chance every day. This is a mission statement that has been a part of this district for many, many years. And in it, we are looking for how do we amplify knowing every child by name, face, and story. So we're going to start with Julianne Ruiz from San Marcos High School. Mrs. Ruiz teaches a 12th grade AVID cohort and 2 Connect sections, which are specifically designed to help support 9th grade at Promise students. She works with students on study skills, takes them on field trips, and works with their families on a daily basis. Thank you, Ms. Julianne. Next, from Dos Pueblos High School. Thank you. From Dos Pueblos High School, we have Denise Irwin. Denise is the heart and soul of Dos Pueblos close-knit culture. Juggling the frenzy of the morning with warmth and heart, she greets substitutes, arranges coverage for teachers, greets our families with a smile, and keeps the office running smoothly. This nomination on behalf of our entire staff, this is from Dos Pueblos, who view Denise as a trusted colleague and expert problem solver. Thank you, Denise. From La Cumbre Junior High School, we have Jose Rodriguez. Jose has been a Lancer for over 20 years, from playing pickup games on the basketball courts at lunch to helping students in math. Jose plays a critical, multifaceted role and has been an invaluable part of our school, community, and culture. From Cleveland Elementary, Madeline Towery. Madeline pivots on her daily instructional delivery to meet the needs of individual students, which is very difficult. I know that for a fact from being a teacher. She works with newcomers and is able to build their foundational skills through the various materials that are accessible. She takes responsibility for learning outcomes and cares deeply about their success. Thank you, Madeline. And last, we have from La Cuesta, Victor Prato. Victor goes beyond his classroom walls to connect with our students. He actively notices if students are absent and sends them an email to make sure they come to school. He is always interacting with students and seeks to connect and understand the challenges they might be going through. Thank you, Mr. Prato. Board member, this concludes my concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. We'll now move to public comment. Mr. Escobedo.
President Sims-Moten, if it's possible for me to make a comment before public comment opens, and in order to not take up too much space today, I'll forego my board comments later. So can you hear me? Okay. So, I have a few things that I'd like to share with everyone before we open up public comment. I left last board meeting feeling a great deal of sadness. And unfortunately, that sadness has crept into many moments since as I reflected on that board meeting and the board meetings leading up to that moment. I sat in this very seat and listened to my colleague, President Sims-Moten, as she spoke about how she felt in response to a particular comment made by a particular teacher, but also other comments that were made during public comment, things like, we're going to vote you out, which is fine. And you're more than welcome to, these are elected offices. But a comment that she made that really stuck with me is, I'm not sure I even want to be back on this board. And she did follow that up by saying she was proud to be in this district, and I am too. But at a time when we need more people like her, in spaces like these, it made me incredibly sad. And I've seen enough situations like this. I've had enough conversations about incidents like this where folks can sometimes find it easy to say, it was only one person saying one comment, but I think that dismisses how we got there and how someone felt like it was okay to say the things that teacher had said and others had said. The temperature has risen in this conversation, meeting after meeting after meeting. Personal attacks have increased, meeting after meeting after meeting. And I do really want to uplift how menacing it is when someone you do not know says, I know where you do this one thing, whether it's getting your hair done or anything else in your life. Because the first question that popped in my mind is, how do you know that? Why do you know that? And what do you plan on doing with that information? And that leaves out the fact that leaves out the anti-blackness portion of that statement, that commenting on a black person's hair that you do not know, and in conversations where there was no relationship between what was being discussed, is absolutely a microaggression, and it is anti-blackness. And it's not lost on me that almost 1 year ago, this board received a report on anti-blackness in our schools. And if we had any doubts about the content of that report, it played out right here in a board meeting, televised and public. We compound that with the fact that we saw a student walk up to the podium using militaristic and violent language, talking about conquering the school board and that we should surrender. And sadly, what could have been a learning moment was met with laughter and applause from adults. Not everyone, but far too many. And I can't help but think that we have to do better than this. We have to model better behavior. We have to set a better example for our students because they look up to us. This is a learning opportunity for us that we cannot learn the wrong lessons from. Anti-blackness, racism, violent language, personal attacks, and incendiary language are not welcome in our board meetings, and they're not welcome in this district. This is a learning opportunity, and it is an opportunity that I will join us all in taking advantage of. And before I end my comment, there are two explicitly clear points that I want to make. I want folks to come here and use public comment. I want to hear from you. You should speak your truth. You should advocate for yourselves. You can critique decisions we make and actions we take. But my request and my expectation is that you respect the humanity of this board, this superintendent, and this cabinet in the process. And the last point I want to make, and I said this during the last meeting, but I wanted to say it while you all were still here, is that we do care about you. And we care about our employees, classified and certificated, all of our employees. We care about our students and our families, and what some may interpret as us dragging our feet or not wanting to pay folks or whatever you want to insert there. It is actually us trying to balance the needs of all of the people that we care about in this district. And so while you may hear that and you may not believe it, nonetheless, it remains true that we care about you. And so with that, I'd like to open up public comment. And I'd like to remind folks that we have 3 minutes today with the number of speakers that we have on the podium there. The light will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds. You cannot donate time. If folks start going over time, I will give you a gentle 30-second reminder. We're going to start with virtual public comment. And our first public commenter is going to be Connie Alexander, followed by Bianca Duran, followed by Lindsay Rogue.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hey, better than the last time, right? So thank you. Well, thank you, first, Trustee Escobedo, for that really heartfelt message. That's a deep message, and thank you. I respect that very much. I have a favorite quote, and this quote, it's up around everything of mine right now. It's from Coretta Scott King. She said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members, a heart of grace, and a soul generated by love." And so my comments and our comments this evening are really to address the tone that we have heard. We believe, trust, and support that teachers and classified staff are going to receive more compensation, and we support that. That's never been a question on our part. We understand that our entire community is suffering under the weight of high rents and ever-increasing poverty by many people. The NAACP is not here to reprimand or disrespect. In fact, our door is always open to civil conversation, nor is our intention to silence anyone's free speech. But we would never ask or demand that. You're right, Gabe, that Trustee Escobedo, the Racial Climate Survey last spring gave us incredible information from Black students and parents about how it felt every day. And it created the much needed, at your direction and leadership, the Oversight Committee that we wholeheartedly support. But as we listen to these comments, it's like seeing it played out in front. And our concern is the dangerous precedent that's being set in a public space, that it's okay to treat women of color and leaders of color with such disrespect. The danger includes the potential of people being acted out on. So what's most disappointing, however, and I think that's what really parlayed me here this evening, was to see youth modeled, this model to youth in this way. The disrespect towards leaders of color. And I can't help but wonder that if a Black student were to get up and say something like that in a classroom, I kind of wonder what might happen. So hearing the laughs and the giggles, it's been heartbreaking and really, really difficult. So we are asking and we are thinking about how people are treated. And we're thinking about, and nor have I seen in the last 40 years, I've been here for 40 years, this level of tone. So our ask board is this, and I see it's closing, to what is the way forward? Because at the end of the day, we need all of you to be able to work together for the good of our students, the way forward. And so our recommendation is that you maybe begin to have a third-party organization to come in and work on the damage, because there's a lot of damage here and a lot of hurt, and we want our community to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bianca Duran.
Hello?
Welcome.
Thank you. One second. Okay. I am here again to speak on behalf of my children and other children who are still affected by the blatant racism in our school. Children who just want to be kids and live a carefree life. Our children of color, whatever shade they may be, are hurting still. Where is the unity in the school district? Where is the unity among students, faculty, and board? This is a chain that is broken. The children are the ones suffering. Forcing our children to grow up faster than they already are, our children are facing traumatic events that they will deal with for the rest of their lives. Our children can no longer just be kids and walk down the street, hallway, locker room, and not be forced with traumatic memories. Many children will look back at their school years. Some will smile, some will cry. They were let down by a place that was supposed to protect and nurture. If it was us as parents, social services would be called. Who would be called for the education system? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lindsay Rogue, followed by Mark Alvarado. Okay, Miss Rogue is not online. Next, we have Mark Alvarado. Mr. Alvarado, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Very good. The last several board meetings have escalated with comments by the public that have really galvanized the narratives and the discourse associated with the SBTA negotiation process. Simultaneously, some remarks issued at the superintendent, cabinet members, and the school board are understood due to the frustration and the amount of time it is taking to find an agreeable solution. However, what is not understood nor tolerable are the racial microaggressions that have been used to compound the frustration expressed by some of the public speakers. When public comments veer to compare a Black person's hair with a white person's hair, or using quotes from Martin Luther King to challenge the district's equity efforts, then it is evident that the microaggressions have taken the public frustration to a disturbing level. More so, when a process becomes radicalized and provokes this kind of racism, then all of us need to take a step back. Dear board members, please take us to a place where a solution can be found so we can truly reunite and refocus on educating our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, these are in-person speakers. I'm going to name a few people. If you can queue up. If you're in the back of the room, no need to run up. We will wait for you. We have, to start, Florette Janigian. I will get it right, I'm sorry. Followed by Carolina Bate, followed by Victor Carmona. Welcome.
Is it on?
Yep.
Okay. I'm Florette Janigian, a parent. The Did You Know Parents Square on the budget states the board directed the district to keep 10% in reserves. Let's look at the unrestricted reserves mentioned. We have 13.93%. This is an excess of 3.93 of what the board requires. That is about $9 million that can be distributed for teacher salaries. This should be immediately placed back into the general fund. What is currently on the board website regarding reserves states 10% and is confirmed in the Parent Square. However, according to the first interim budget, we are a community-funded district and can keep a higher reserve percentage. So which is it? There are mixed messages and conflicting information being presented. This is not acceptable. Our district has an expense budget of $237 million. When looking at the restricted and unrestricted reserves as shown on page 7 of the first interim budget, we have a combined $53 million. That is about 22.5% in reserves, far above the 10% maximum stated in board policy and the Parent Square. A 10% reserve cap is supposed to include restricted and unrestricted funds together in total. There is an excess of $29 million in your reserves. There is ample money for our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carolina Bate, followed by Victor Carmona. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. In Chapter 20 of the Health Curriculum, abortion is taught as a procedure to end a pregnancy. I would like to ask, again, what about the humanity of the unborn baby? What about the fact that this incredibly serious and consequential decision to have an abortion is being taught to girls at such young and immature ages, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. These girls have no life experience whatsoever. In addition, they are not being told the complete truth, only to find out years later, with more knowledge, greater understanding, and information, that their decision was a terrible mistake. Could regret and anxiety over having had an abortion lead to the mental health problems we see in so many young people today? And even as our student board member report mentioned, the mental health issues that students are facing. Can any study show that abortion is completely emotionally safe, that there are no harmful memories or no lasting negative mental health effects? Our schools should never be taking risks with our students' mental, emotional, or behavioral health. We must be very careful what we are teaching our students. They are vulnerable and they are impressionable, and the world in which they live is filled with so many problematic issues and traps into which they can fall. It's unbelievable what young people face today. We have to think carefully about what we're teaching our students. And this message also goes to voters. Please think very carefully about candidates, because marking your ballot is a huge responsibility. Your votes elect the candidates who pass the laws, this one from Sacramento in our State House, AB 329, the health curriculums, and these laws allow abortion to be taught in our schools. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you for being willing to take these perspectives into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Victor Carmona, followed by Lucy Fisher, followed by Ken Rivas. Welcome.
We will have Spanish interpretation for this comment.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo, Superintendente Maldonado, personal del distrito, buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Maldonado, and school district staff. Good evening to all.
Como sabemos, cada año el Comité DEMBLAC presenta al Distrito Escolar una serie de recomendaciones enfocadas en las áreas en las cuales, a consideración de los padres de familia, se pudiera hacer cambios o mejoras para el beneficio de los estudiantes de este distrito.
As you know, each year the DEMLAC committee presents to the school board a series of recommendations prepared by parents that focus on making changes and improvements that will benefit the students of this district, especially for the emergent multilingual students.
Los cuales tienen los resultados más desalentadores por varios años.
And these students are the ones who have the most discouraging results for a few years now.
Personalmente, al tener un hijo con un plan 504 egresado de este distrito escolar, el tema de la educación especial me parece un tema sumamente interesante.
And personally, I had a son who had a 504 plan who graduated from this district, so this topic of special education is very interesting to me.
Y en el cual se tiene la impresión de que hay un margen de mejora, si así lo demostraran las estadísticas.
And sometimes we have the impression that that there have been improvements because sometimes the graphs show that.
Sin duda se han logrado avances como tener los enlaces familiares en cada escuela.
And indeed, we've had some progress made in this area. For example, like having the family liaisons at each school.
Pero en el área de la educación especial me gustaría resaltar la contratación de una persona que atiende a las necesidades de estos estudiantes y familias, por lo cual se agradece mucho.
And in the area of special education, I would like to highlight the hiring of a person that is there to meet the needs of these students in special education and their families, and for that we are very, very grateful.
Por lo que respecta al año pasado, se pidió un reporte en el cual se informara los avances, cambios o planes en los diferentes temas relacionados a las recomendaciones.
And last year, the DEMLAC committee asked for a report where we could monitor and see the improvements that had been made, and also the changes and the plans with regards to the different topics that were brought up in the recommendations.
En lo personal, me gustaría analizar el reporte de la educación especial para poder saber cómo se van logrando estos cambios.
And personally, I would be interested in looking at a report for special education to see how the changes are being made.
Las estadísticas en esta área se han requerido ya por algún tiempo y al parecer no se nos han entregado.
And we've been asking for the statistics in this area for quite a while now, but we have not received that information.
Estas son partes fundamentales para saber en qué nivel estamos y para poder tener una mayor visión para el apoyo a estos alumnos.
And this information is absolutely fundamental to know what level we're at, and also to know how we can expand our vision to support these students.
O si se han llegado a ciertas metas, tratar de mantenerlas y seguir creando oportunidades a estos alumnos, en algunos casos que se gradúan sin objetivo claro cuál será su futuro.
Or we would like to know if we have met certain goals, to try to maintain them, and also to continue creating opportunities for these students that sometimes graduate without having a clear goal, and so we're not sure what their future will look like.
Esperamos la respuesta a esta petición.
We hope to receive information from you all soon.
Sin más que comentar, a todos ustedes muchas gracias por su tiempo y por su arduo trabajo. Gracias.
No additional comments, and with that I will say good night to all of you, and thank you for your time and all of your hard work.
Buenas noches. Gracias. Next, we have Lucy Fisher, followed by Ken Rivas.
Hello.
I just came here to advocate for a teacher that has made a huge impact on my life. One of my teachers that helped me grow so much with my confidence in school had to move away due to low wages and move somewhere with a lower cost of living. Obviously, we live in like a beautiful place with very expensive living. She is one of the only teachers that has shown she cared about me and my education so much, or just one of the most. It isn't every day that you find a teacher that connects and helps students the way that she did. Although she already left, I still wanted to share because I don't want to see this happen to other teachers that are so positively impacting other students like me due to low wages. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ken Rivas, followed by Eric Zakison, followed by Peggy Ochoa.
Great.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Maldonado. I want to reciprocate some of the comments you made the last board meeting, and I just have to say that it's kind of felt like there was the elephant in the room was classified staff, because there hasn't been much talk about classified staff. But I wanted to actually acknowledge and thank you for your comments, and also Dr. Maldonado for bringing the maintenance and operation folks in, our classified folks that worked during that storm that came out. So I really appreciate that. I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank Ms. Kenya Edison, Mr. John Shetler, and again you, Dr. Maldonado, for your vision and understanding the need for students to provide another layer of support for those students who work with the youth outreach workers in the student services department. The OWLs work with students who have trauma and challenges in which the OWLs help students work through, through it so they can succeed. And in discussions and in meetings with Ms. Shekenya Edison and Mr. John Shetler and you, Ms. Dr. Maldonado, it became apparent to me through all those discussions the genuine care and support that you all have for the population of students I work with. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. Eric Zakison, followed by Peggy Ochoa. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, thanks. So Eric Zackerson, I'm a father of a Santa Barbara High School senior and La Colina 8th grader, and I'm an educator myself. I'm here to voice frustration and to make sure you're aware of a situation and looking at the mission statement to ask you to do better. So my daughter in her English 12 class at Santa Barbara High School went 4 weeks without a teacher. The reasons why, I don't know. I think there were some reasons behind it. A series of substitutes, none of whom were prepared to run the class. Even a couple days, the substitutes were even just said, go to the library. So I'm frustrated that there wasn't a teacher. I'm frustrated that the substitutes that were put in place didn't have a course outline or lesson plans to work from. And so I want to make sure you're aware of that and say I think it's a ridiculous thing that these students went 4 weeks without a teacher. That's it.
Thank you. Peggy Ochoa, followed by Leandra Shalhoub Conaway.
Hello, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak again. I'm here in support of CSEA negotiations and wage increases for classified employees. In the words of Curtis James Jackson III, also known as 50 Cent, I think depression is a luxury because where I'm from, you can't afford to be depressed. You gotta pay the bills, so you gotta work. You gotta get up, you gotta do what you gotta do. You got people right now at work who don't feel like being there, but they got responsibilities, so they gotta go. They feel uncomfortable while they're at work, but they don't have a choice. I share this because I have been there. And if it was difficult for me to survive on only 50% of my pay as a district office employee, I can't imagine the challenges that our classified employees face who are paid less than $22 an hour. These employees are paraeducators, office coordinators, payroll assistants, food service workers, custodians, health assistants, library technicians, warehouse workers, gardeners, cooks, campus safety assistants, attendance technicians, intervention center assistants, and those who I hold near and dear to my heart, playground supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Leandra Shalou Conaway, followed by Victor Reyes. Welcome.
I'm back. I'm back again 2 years later now. Sorry, it's a little emotional. 2 years ago, I begged you guys to make a change. Change the way that your district deals with anti-Black racial attacks on our students. Our students have been watching in those 2 years. They've been waiting, and they're still suffering. I'm here to remind you that while you guys have sat back and, you know, compiled all this information and data, that they've still been going through these things. They are still having problems in school. They now are 2 years later watching you guys not take action, and it's almost like it's abusive, right? Like, we as parents are standing up and we're speaking for them and we're trying to show them that we're going to be their voice, and you guys aren't doing anything. And so they've stopped talking to us. I'm here against my own child's wishes tonight because he looks at me and says, it's the same thing that happened 2 years ago, Mom. I told you not to say anything then. And now that you have said things, I'm embarrassed at school. He's still going through problems and still having issues. Same with his friends. But you guys have supported their belief that nothing's going to happen and nothing's going to change. I had lots of stuff written here today, but while I was sitting there, I was looking at that we prepare students for a world that is yet to be created. And I just want to encourage you guys to create that change and that future world, and don't hold our kids back and keep repeating history. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Reyes, followed by Josby Galindo.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening. Last time I was here, I also mentioned a comment about that sign that said a world to be created, or the world that is yet to be created. And I was referring to AI, artificial intelligence. I tied that in with the comments about the teachers deserving a better pay, mentioning the architects of education and who they were. And that is my theme. You see, you got to remember that this land we're on is an indigenous land, Chumash land. Most of this world has been indigenous. For example, here is a word. I hope you are able to read it and what it means. Mother of mankind. That's an African origin name of the continent of what is now known as Africa. See, there's a great injustice being done right now in Africa. DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, not only suffered genocide during Leopoldo of Denmark, but is suffering right now because of cobalt red. Cobalt red is an element that is crucial in use with lithium for all of our apparatus that we have, electronic apparatus. And right now, in education, a worldwide globe income is over $800 billion industry. In the United States, it's about over $300 billion industry by the end of 2030. This is crucial because there are lives that are being lost at Congo, Democratic DRC. in artisanal mining. Children are losing their life handling this toxic element that is carcinogenic, whether it is by children on land or in mines, or whether it is done by our factories. It's being detrimental to their health. Right now, the Republic of Congo is resisting the colonization, the use, because they're getting paid for a sack of cobalt red, 50 to $1 a day. That's how long it takes. Children are 4 to 5 years of age. And when that is being transported and through the chains, up the chains, the commando chains, through the companies that we employed, we use, e-learning, whether it's games, programs, phones, bicycles, e-bikes, they are using that element. You are being part of it. I just wanted to make that clear because I'm not quite sure if you are aware what's going on with education and the justice or injustice. A man said an injustice is a threat to justice everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
I hope you know who that man is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Josby Galindo, followed by Kate Lambert, followed by York Shingle. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right. Good evening, school board, superintendent, and cabinet. We heard a community organization wanted to come speak tonight. We didn't want to take up all the room and time because we are willing to hear the concerns from our community. We are here to listen to you, all of you, school board as well, with open ears and hearts. Be assured that we are listening for understanding and we take your comments seriously. Our leadership and members are here listening to your message, everyone's message. We are a growing and evolving organization who strives to improve. We welcome open dialogue so we can learn from each other. We have been reaching out to the community and we are listening to them and earning their trust. We will not cease to do that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Kate Lambert, followed by York Shingle.
Good evening, everyone. There it goes. I would also like to welcome our community voices tonight to this meeting. Today we have an opportunity to listen, to reflect, and to grow. It would actually be a loss to not take this opportunity to listen to voices in our community. As educators, we function in a system that is historically problematic, but the world of education has evolved and so have we. This does not mean we are done. We need to acknowledge harm wherever it exists. Listen, reflect, and then strive to grow. Not just personally, not just for our individual classrooms, but as a whole district. Thank you to everyone who came tonight to support, to speak, and to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have York Shingle, followed by Rich Lashua. Welcome.
Good evening, board and cabinet. My name is York Shingle, Union Treasurer and Meta ISS. Tonight you haven't heard from many SBTA members. As Osby said, our intention is to listen and learn, but it's also important that we act. As a union, we're working to educate our members on how racism manifests in language, behaviors, and aggressions. It's not acceptable, and we're working to educate our members and even some non-members about how to do that. We also need to work on making sure our comments focus on organization instead of the individual. Moving forward, we're going to offer our members a number of opportunities to learn more, so our communication is not rooted in racism or other types of bias. I really appreciate the board's comments after public comment at the last meeting regarding how we need to get through this process between our labor organizations and the district with humanity and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rich Lashua, followed by Cressida Silvers and Andrew Southard. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this? Okay, sorry. Good evening, and thank you for listening. more than merely hearing. I was encouraged to see some of you at the District Honor Band concert last week. From our elementary Bravo program through the high schools, I trust you agree it was a lovely celebration of multicultural music using instruments, voices, and bodies. Melodies and rhythms from around the world greeted us, and each group was enthusiastically applauded, not only by their friends and family in attendance, but also by the other groups who were there to perform as well. This was a fine example of performing arts in education and the soul that that brings. But did you see what we saw? The largest group was easily the elementary students, a delightful cross-section of our population. After them, the junior high students came on, and there was a sharp drop in numbers, particularly students of color. The high school students saw a slight increase in numbers, and thankfully more variety in skin tone, but not to the extent of elementary. The junior high 6-period day has eliminated kids from performing arts programs unless they are able to participate outside the regular school day. Kids with AVID, English support, or other special needs and circumstances automatically don't make the cut. This disproportionately excludes students of color and is a significant factor in the reduced levels of engagement, attendance, graduation, and test score gaps. Kids who don't have a good reason to come to school simply don't. And if they do show up, they often don't do well. California recently passed Prop 28, directly ensuring access to performing arts classes for all students for at least the next 3 years. If we had moved back to the 7-period day years ago, we could have been using Prop 28 funds to hire teachers for all of our kids. Sadly, most of the millions available to us each year will go unused because there are no class sections available in the schedule to hire teachers to teach them. It would not have affected the district's bottom line for at least 3 years, and it would have offset some of our current salary discussions. This has been further compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic and its fallout, which we are only beginning to sift through today. At Santa Barbara Junior High, we've created an intervention center we've nicknamed after our condor mascot and call it the Nest. Students can use it as a brief hangout during breaks or lunches, or they can also come to a trusted member of our counseling team to navigate a wide variety of issues. But many of them are carrying the additional burden of still processing the return to normal after doing class by Zoom for months from their bathtub because it was the only safe place in the home, or from McDonald's because it was the only place they could get Wi-Fi. Every year of our recent return to conventional schooling, I've had multiple students confide to me or our counselors that electives and trusted adults are the only thing that kept them coming back to school the next day. You received a broken system you did not create, and it desperately needs fixing. Retaining counselors despite expiring COVID funding and restoring the 7-period day are an investment, not a burden. Make school something kids can't wait to do today instead of something the adults do to them, and the money will follow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cressida Silvers, followed by Andrew Southard, followed by Moni DeWitt. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Superintendent. I'm a parent in the district, and I'm sad to see our teachers squeezed out of jobs that they love and that they're good at because they aren't paid a living wage. I've watched their pleas at every meeting and their despair and anger build as they continue to feel disrespected and discarded. I also see the formative experience this can be for many of our children who are also observing, supporting, and even participating in public actions and public comments. And I hope that what our students learn from all of this is the power of collective action, the power of telling and listening to personal stories, the power of respectful, civil discourse, and that all work should be valued and fairly compensated. I'm concerned, though, that the increasingly disrespectful tone of some of the public comments is creating a space and even an implicit permission for personal comments and attacks. My concerns about what our children are absorbing by all of this are heightened by the additional context of generations of discriminatory and anti-Black climates in our schools, which is ongoing, as shown by the regular reports here to the Board on hateful, biased, anti-Black language and actions, and in the district's recent racial climate survey, which documents current students' and families' experiences with racism in our schools now, and, of course, as shared so powerfully by other parents tonight. By now, we white people cannot be ignorant of these legacies and current realities, and of how any kind of personal remarks or aggression towards our leaders of color is unacceptable. Regardless of intentions, the impacts can be deeply harmful to our community. I hope our educators take this into account and take great care to model outside the classroom what they might expect from their own students inside the classroom. And the same goes for the district's communications to employees. Otherwise, how can we possibly expect change in our schools or the community? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Southard, followed by Moni DeWitt. Welcome.
Mom and Dad, if you're watching this, please don't. So there's been a lot of escalation, and we knew there would be, because what else is there going to be? All we can do when what we are doing does not work is escalate. So until the problem is solved, there will be escalation, and that is not something that I am saying as a part of any group that is going to escalate. That is something I am saying as a person that has observed how protests work. When things don't work, escalation is the only way forward. So don't be surprised if there's more escalation. I'm clearly a white person. I don't know what it's like to be in a discriminated against racial group. But as a queer person, I know what it's like to have microaggressions aimed not necessarily at me specifically, because I'm not very open about that, but aimed as a harmless joke to me as another person, or to the person next to the person speaking. I know what it's like to have microaggressions against me and groups that I'm in. And I personally don't think that was the intention of any comments last meeting, but if it was perceived that that was the intention, that's just as much of a problem. It's just as much of a problem if people are feeling unsafe or feeling discriminated against. I did have more that I was going to say. Sorry. I promise I'm not trying to waste your time. There was more I was going to say. But like, unless the problem is solved, there's going to be more escalation. There's going to be more disrespect. There's going to be more. It's not going to stop unless the problem is solved. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? If we have an atmosphere where we can't talk candidly with each other, that's not an atmosphere for any problems to be solved. There's been someone, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, who's been talking up here about their view on abortion. And whether or not I personally agree, I think that it's a topic that needs to be addressed, because clearly some number of people care about it. We need to be able to have that conversation. But if everything is focused on a different issue, then how can we have conversations about other things that are important? We need to solve problems so that we can talk about other ones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moni DeWitt. Welcome.
Thank you, board. Interesting discussion here tonight. The last person who just spoke was like saying, well, what shall we do? We had Mark Alvarado and other people, talk about the microaggressions and things we want to stop. But I think what's really missing is our style of communication is tending to make things escalate, and there's no reciprocity. And funny, but, our Governor Brown, in his last year, he saw that authentic community engagement. He thought that was extremely important to help all across the board, all kinds of issues that come up in education. And so one of the ways to do that, and I must say it's so nice to have a little more time, because another thing is when you're really short on time, you just go to get your important things out. But I do want to say I would like to request, and I feel this is fine to do, I would like to request to add 10 minutes on the agenda of the next board meeting, if it fits in, possibly the following, so that we can have a discussion on what authentic community education, community involvement looks like. And there's some really interesting things about that, but one that ingredient that we could look to is something that allows for reciprocity. So if we were just keep things simple and pick three things, we have the teacher salary issue. We have special ed, like a gentleman just came up and said, you know, they never really get to hear back, and I'm sure you're all busy, but we need to find ways to build these bridges. And the next one, personally, is LCAP. You know, LCAP is going to deal with our most vulnerable people, or students, ones that personally are very close to my heart, many of whom I've met, many in rather sad situations because they just don't feel good enough because they don't have the skill set. And the gentleman, the really cool guy about the music, who talked about you've inherited a broken system. So this isn't about blame, but unless we all own how broken and in which places we're broken, we're not going to be able to glue it back together again. And the kids that we now have remaining are some of the most wounded that have ever passed through this district. Does anybody have water? Because of COVID. So they've already had the learning loss, and before that we've had stagnant scores. So LCAP is their only way out. And there are people who could talk to you better than I could. But I would recommend that we have that discussion next agenda, and that we consider pairing off top priority issues to a town hall format, whether you break up it to be one topic at the Marjorie Luke and format it kind of like a board meeting, but that people try to also back up their opinions and, you know, keep it as civil as possible. And yeah, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. President Sims-Moten, that concludes general public comment.
Okay, thank you very much on that. So we will keep moving. So now we'll move to board comments and correspondence. Board members, comments. Ms. Munoz?
Hello. Hi, I will keep my comments brief tonight. The one thing that I am looking forward to on Friday is that the Read Across America. So I'm looking forward to see the youngsters and go read with them. And I'll plan on, you know, bringing a book that's in both Spanish and English, and look forward to seeing them. Thank you.
Mr. Escobedo, Ms. Bill, you're good. I know you've been out. Okay. Mr. Escobedo. Great. Thank you. Thank you for the public comments. Thank you for just the tone in the room. I think it's really important in terms of whether it's public comment or whether it's comments on agendized items. It really is focusing on the escalated disrespectful behavior and language. That's really what that's about in this board meeting, not wanting to set that tone. So I also want to echo the comments from Mr. Escobedo. And it's really important. I received emails after that meeting, and definitely didn't want to make this about me. It certainly wasn't that comment directed to me, but didn't want to make this situation and tone about me. It's more important how we are treating each other respectfully. Also walking in each other's shoes in various spaces where we're leaders. That type of language and disrespectful behavior in a space where we're leading. So we're just putting ourselves in those shoes. Also, what's even more important for me is how this district, and that's every and each and one of us, no one's going out of this, how this district is being viewed. So we've talked about how we start to heal. We have to start with ourselves. I was at a First Five Governance meeting, and the speaker talked about well-being and how we move forward and how we react to each other or relation to each other. And she said, it starts with you, because that's the only place and space that you can truly control. You can't control others. That's where it starts in terms of, so how do me as a district, how do we want to start with ourselves and have that honest conversation with ourselves? Some things, yes, you're absolutely right, to the point where they need longer times to be able to discuss that, and that's fine. And I think this board and this cabinet is open to that. But what's not open to is the disrespectful language and behavior, even in those moments. That's what it's about. So make no mistake about what it's about. It's not about a power shift with this board. It's about how we communicate to each other. That's reflective of this district. I am proud to be part of this district, even in the midst of these challenges that we're having, because I know better days are coming. It's a song. Better days are coming, but they're only coming if we're willing to look within ourselves and how we're going to communicate with others. Again, the only way that we can control is what we control here, and how the me becomes we when you have a deeper well. Because as I listen, and I listen very intently, and the good thing about the fact that the Brown Act says that we can't really communicate is because we're really listening. So to me, that's an opportunity to really hear you. And I hear things and see things that I wouldn't necessarily see or catch if we're in a dialogue. So there's an opportunity as well to look at that. Okay, let's look at how we can look at these things, really intently looking at, is it in our processes that we need to do? Is it in our communications to really aspect where we can make the changes that are being suggested to us? We are much better than what we've been. And just because we may be on opposite ends of the issue doesn't mean that we're not still part of this district. Stand with teachers, you're still part of this district. So we need to stand together, and none of this is lost on this board, the difficult decisions that we have to make. We put in place the processes, how we're going to negotiate through it. But what is said more importantly to me is that this is truly not just about salary and negotiations. It's not. It's about the harm that we've all come through with COVID. We lost ourselves. We lost our way, and we are not acknowledging that we're hurting. Because when you come up and say things that are not relative, that's not really what it's about. When you want to say things that's irrelative, that's what it's about. So it's important for us to take a good look of how we are. We're all harmed in one way or another. So we may, as now, the world harmed us in some senses with COVID. We don't need to harm each other with that and continue to do that. I care deeply about each and every one, as this board has said, has mentioned time and time again. We're going to work through this. We're going to get through the other side. But as we're going through this, it's important to figure out how we're going to heal, because there will be other difficult conversations that we'll have to have. There will be other contentious moments. But how we handle it and how we treat each other, that's what it's saying. That's rising above where we're going to go. I don't want to sound preachy. I deeply feel that. And I did not want this change of attitude to become about me. I want it to become how we're treating each other and how that ends up. And the other thing about that is that, yes, I had several apologies, but it was stated in public. I want the public apology for the behavior, not just for me. But let's not apologize in public, because we have to hold each other accountable. We have to hold each other accountable about it. So when I say that with all sincerity, that I know we are better than this, but we got to hold each other and call each other in and call each other up and have the best expectations, even in the worst of moments. How can we be our best selves? And that's an everyday thing. That's an everyday thing. And that's work. That's a lot of work. And so I just want to say that it has to start with the me, the part that we can control. We can control everybody else. Because if you start to look at yourself a little bit better, it's like, oh, I can see how Gabe is coming. I can see how that we can talk, even though we have a difference of opinion, any difference of opinion, because I'm working on how I'm going to respond to it, not worrying about how he or she was going to respond to it. So I tell you, I was very sad, have been sad about it. And we can't let it go, as we've said about different things, but we can't let go is not still continue to work to be civil to each other and have that respect. So this district gets known for being the model. We talked about a lot of models here. How do we model a district that is where we are right now? How do we come out of it, and how do we come out of it better? How do we do that? And every day we must do that. And you have to give yourself some grace. Every day you're not going to feel like doing it. I get it. Because I tell you, there's some things y'all be saying up here, I don't know. That it's hard. It's hard to do that. But it wouldn't be tolerated in spaces that you lead. That's all I'm saying. Step in some shoes from time to time. So without that being, I am very, very proud to be a part of this district. My son came through this district. The family came through this district. This is a good district. These are good folks. Even in our worst moments, we have some good folks. So let's work through that. And I look forward to continue to work through this, so that we continue to rise to be our best selves. And when I see that, I had the opportunity to attend the La Cumbre concert and to see the little ones in the junior highs and the high schools and be there and said, that's our best selves. When our students are seeing and doing and proud, they were so happy to be there, playing their instruments and doing several things and supporting each other. That's our best selves. And so we, as adults, must always model our best selves so that our students are there. And that's the investment that we must make. That's the personal investment we must make, because the return on that investment are expectations. And the return on that investment is to see the students, again, talking about our mission here, is how much we're investing to create the world that we want to be created. And so I want to just congratulate all of those students. They were great. It was a great concert. They were doing their thing, and the guest directors that were coming in from the various high schools could really be able to see that and just appreciate that. And I always look forward to the Read Across America. I'll be participating, I think it's Cleveland this year, to be able to read with the little ones, and looking forward to the literacy move that we're doing, certainly about the preschools. And so there's a lot to be here that we are doing good, and we want to elevate that as opposed to what the things that we're in contention and not making us in a good light. And then at the first five governance meeting also, it was about teacher well-being. It's about administrator well-being that are caring for our children. You can't care, you can't heal if you're harmed yourself. And so how do we create space? And I think we're trying to do that in our various spaces. How are we creating space to make sure we're taking time to focus on that when we're not at our best selves? How can we come together and be able to share that? And I would love to have some reports coming back at that public comment that we've changed the space in which we are leading in here. And now I feel better. I can feel, the best that I can, because we're taking the space to be our best selves. So I'm of one that if I hear something, see something, and if I can do it the next day when I'm in a different light, I would do it. So it's one of the things that was happening there, just to kind of get you outside of yourselves and really to focus on that. So there were 3 things that the leader was talking about is, taking the breath, to take a deep breath. Sometimes we're just breathing so hard that we don't take time to really do that. So take those times to be able to do it. And it's even in those moments, it was quickly because you're paying attention to your body and what's happening at that moment. Sometimes we're just in the midst of everything that we don't even know what our body is doing, right? It's just there, and we just accept it. The other thing she was saying, just in terms, it was called the elbow dance. And I'm all about it. I'm from preschool, So we always want to make sure that we're keeping the humanity part of it in there too. If you take away from this, is that we still care enough to have the humanity and to make and have a feel good from this meeting, even in those darkest moments. And she had what she called the elbow dance. And I think, there was a few of y'all was there, and it was so funny, and you're like, okay, you're just taking this all the way up. And I know it sounds silly, but what that does is that keeps the humanity of what you're doing. Sometimes you just need to break from that moment. And I'm not ashamed to do that, because I was telling them, I'm just going to show you. But it's just those moments in that I want to be able to connect, that we care for each and every one of you and how all of that happens. And the other exercise, what I'm still working on, is that you had the pinky here and you had the thumb here, and then you switch. I'm still working on that one. I don't know. But what it does is just kind of refocus you in terms of that. And I just want us to, as a district, be willing to put ourselves, just like I did right then, put ourselves out there, be willing to do that. And so I also just want to end just by saying too that I appreciate everybody that's doing the work, because each and every one of us is essential to making this the best place to work, to learn, to teach, and then to also be in this community. So thank you. So thank you, board members. We will now move to our, yes, I know we have a time certain at 7:30, but yes. Okay, we have a time certain at 7:30. So given the just sitting here for a minute, so the board needs to take a 5-minute break so we can get here at 7:30. Okay. Black language actions and board report. There she is, Ms. Hurd.
Good evening, Board President Sims Moten, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, and community. This topic really weighs heavy on us this evening. And I want to be sensitive to that. So we're going to look at a lot of data, but we also have a great story, a personal story that will be shared by a principal. So tonight I have the privilege of providing a report on our work addressing biased and anti-Black language and actions across the district. As you may recall, the trajectory of our work began in late September. While in this slide you'll see a snapshot of activities over the course of the year, I'll be highlighting activities that have happened since our last board report in December. So we have since successfully launched and implemented the second of a series of 4 learning modules, which we're excited about, and it's in strengthening our response to biased and anti-Black actions. We're also preparing for the launch of a 3rd module and have dedicated focused time for this work during our district-wide professional learning day in March. Beyond module work, we continue to educate and empower students and staff, and this is just a few activities that I just want to elevate, and some coming from the colleagues in the room. So we're providing a 3 hours training, or have provided a 3 hours training in an all management meeting. Our culturally responsive curriculum committee is doing ongoing work on the review of our newly adopted curriculum, Wit and Wisdom. We're actively developing student affinity groups by way of Black student unions in our high schools in partnership with Healing Justice. We've also initiated an equity leads team with teachers representing each of our school sites, and you'll hear more about their work later in this presentation. And know that we do all of this work informed by the input of our oversight committee and made up of parents and staff, whose sole purpose is assisting us in improving district policies and programs within this initiative. So in looking at our data, we see that 108 incidents have been reported since the beginning of school through February 15th. The most common type of biased actions reported are 68 incidents of anti-Blackness, followed by 12 anti-LGBTQIA+ actions, followed by 10 incidents of anti-Semitism. Note that we're coding incidents by data and type and grade level to better inform our development of resources. So as we're collecting data, we want to ensure that we're understanding who is doing the reporting and also what types of incidents that we're receiving. So you'll notice that a little less than half of the incidents being reported are from teachers at 49%, site administrators by 28%, with most incidents reported being verbal in nature at 87%. We recognize that the percentage of students reporting is low at 10%, and our response to the data is to begin engaging with our students in revamping and refreshing this process. So data on our responses to incidents are collected to help inform how to best support those who are encountering biased behaviors. In this graph, you'll see that of the 108 incidents, that 98 incidents resulted in a direct conversation with a person using the biased language, followed by 76 incidents involving administration, and 63 incidents including parent involvement. It should be highlighted that one incident may result in multiple responses, depending on the age, grade, and severity of the incident. So, in what we're doing or how to move forward in this work, this is an overview of the professional learning continuum in strengthening our response in addressing biased and anti-Black language and actions. Each of the learning modules builds on one another and asks that we first interrupt the behavior, second, to begin asking questions as to what a person knows about that behavior. And at this point in our learning, we are strengthening our response by explaining the impact of the harmful behavior. Note that the phase of work is to develop, or the next phase of work is to develop universal agreements in this space. So this graph demonstrates teacher readiness to implement the 3 R's process. So on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest or most ready to implement, the majority of staff have reported that they fall between the ranges of 8 to 10. So we want to uplift that work. While we're pleased with the outcomes of this data, we know there is still much more work to be done. And we know that this is ongoing and long-term work. So what we're doing next is our equity leads are in this process of curating resources and developing lessons on how to address different behaviors that we're seeing. So the learning targets for our equity leads are grade appropriate lessons that examine the history of oppressive actions, reflecting on the experiences and thoughts of the person using those actions or language, exploring the impact of the action on different peoples, and what can be done to address the harm. So all this while considering how their understanding of this perception has evolved through the learning itself. So at this time, I'd like to invite my colleague Clancy Chu to the podium, who will share her reflections on what's happening at Goleta Valley.
All right, good evening. Good evening, Board President Sims Moten, board members, Superintendent Maldonado, and cabinet members. Thank you for having me here tonight. I am just going to share really briefly what this vital work is how it's being implemented and how it's coming out at Goleta Valley Junior High. So I kind of just wanted to touch on 3 areas, and the first one is really involving my staff. One of the things through this work that we have come to recognize is, that our culture at Goleta Valley is really made up of all the interactions that happen in every single space on our campus. So whether that's in the front office, whether that's in the lunch line, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's the students out in the quad, all of those interactions are what make up our culture. And we came together a few months ago really around some personal incidents on our campus. And as a staff, in a very sensitive way, particularly with my teachers, we learned about those incidents so that my staff could truly feel the impact of what was happening. And really, this was intentional so that we could truly lock arms, because it is a team effort. I have 3 administrators, and we cannot be in every space. And in order to truly interrupt any of the hurtful, harmful, biased, anti-Black incidents and verbal words that were used, we need it to be called out in every single space on campus. And so that was our commitment. And so as a staff, using the work of the 3 R's, we came together in several learning spaces and took scenarios that have happened across campuses, and we took our own scenarios and we talked through them so that we could grow our capacity to be able to call that out in any space that we hear it. And so we have a little tool that we use that's called Name It. But really what it is in any space where there's harmful, hurtful, biased language used, as the staff person, we call that out. And we name it right then and there, because one of the things we recognize is students would say, something is said and there's no recognition of it. And it doesn't mean people weren't thinking of it. It just means that they just weren't in the space to say something. So we are very committed in any single incident to name it, to call it out, to recognize that it's not okay, and deal with it within that context. It usually then generates into much deeper levels depending on that incident, and we do follow through in that realm as well. But it has brought a high level commitment from my staff, and this is my teachers, my front office staff, my custodians, everybody on my campus. We're a team in this effort, and it's really the culture that we want to build. So through this work, we're working to just raise everybody's capacity and be able to do that. So that's what's been happening in the realm of the staff. The other thing I wanted to quickly share is really for the students. So we also recognize we need to take opportunities to bring learning to our students, just like we do with our math standards and our ELA standards. So we are taking the opportunity in something we have called advisory, and we have little mini lessons that we have created. For example, we had a couple lessons going through on respect, what that is, what that looks like, followed up by the power of words and how words can have a positive effect or a negative effect. And so these were many lessons that were given in the advisory time, and it's given to all of our students. So we're generating that thinking and hopefully helping mindsets and just really raising their awareness. There's a much deeper level that we're doing with our students when there's an actual incident. Depending on what that incident is, we really work through levels with the parent and with the student to ensure that that particular learning is also happening. So we're doing it on multi-levels. And then the last thing I wanted to share was, as a leader, I felt very strongly that I needed to get my students involved. It's their campus. It's their school, and I wanted them to truly feel a sense of ownership and decide what they felt was needed to help us build a better culture for all of our students. So I sat with my leadership team, and we talked again about some of the things that had happened on our campus. Some of the people sitting in that room were recipients of some of those incidents. And so we talked very thoughtfully, and I was so impressed with their desire to want to work with their peers and try to make our school just to have a positive and truly inclusive culture. So my leadership students are working together. They have a series of things coming up that they are leading. An example, this week they're doing the power of kindness, and they're going to do an activity with all the students to really think about spreading kind words and the impact of those words. So it's great to see the ownership coming from the student level. So that's just a few of the things that we're doing. You know, as a leader, it never feels like enough. It weighs heavy on us. We want our schools to be free of any type of harmful, biased, racist language. And we don't have it down, but I can say we come every single day. And that's the work that we're doing, and we're committed to doing it. So, and I have an amazing team that I'm very grateful for, and the students are doing their part too. So thank you for hearing that. You're welcome to come visit anytime. We'd love to have you.
We can take questions.
Okay.
Do you have any?
Are there any public comments? Yes, okay.
We have one public commenter, Kim Tilton.
Hello, hi. First, I just want to say I'm here to amplify the work that's being done and just provide some considerations for the board as they support the district in these efforts, just from the perspective of a teacher. So I was looking over the report, and there were a couple of things that I noticed that I had some questions about that I think are really important. I'm a scientist, that's my background, and one of the really important things that we need to have is really good solid data, because my expectation is that the incident reports will be used to see if we're improving, and I had some concerns. I also noticed, which I appreciate the notice, that there weren't a lot of student reports, only 10%, and I think that led me to the question of how do the incidents get reported? How are we kind of letting the elementary, middle, and high schools, what's the process? What are we telling the leadership? What are we telling teachers? How can we encourage more people to report these incidents? Because if we can't trust that we're actually capturing what's happening, then we don't have the full picture, and we won't be able to tell what progress we're making. So I just want to encourage everyone to ask questions of how can we get better incident data, because that will become crucial for tracking our success over time and for fully capturing the lived experience of our students on campus today. So that was one thing I noted that I thought we should consider. The second thing I wanted to say is 49% of the reports were teachers. Another 27% were admin, which were likely reporting maybe on behalf of teachers. A lot of these incidents happen in the classroom. We are kind of the first responders. If we're going to have a safe school where children are protected and their spaces are protected, it will come from the staff. And I love what the principal of Goleta Valley shared. It takes staff efficacy. And what I notice when I look at the trajectory is, we do have modules coming up, but all those were scheduled for the spring semester. And then a lot of the other work doesn't necessarily involve all staff work. We have a principal here that's taken it in their own hands and had made this on the forefront, but I want to see these changes systemic. I don't want to have it, if my kid goes to Goleta Valley, that staff's ready to, take care of them and keep them safe. It should be every school, the same practices, the same systemic processes for protecting students. So my question is, can we, as a board, make sure that we're focusing on getting teachers the training that they need to keep the kids safe, and making sure that we're collecting data about whether those trainings are effective for teachers? It said in the 3 R's training we had, only, I don't know, was it say 55 and 59 or in the 10 and 9 category? We got to move the needle on that. And that's just the 3 R's. That's not their comfort in giving lessons and teaching children about these situations. So I just want to say that when we look at these reports, we should ask good questions about how are teachers being trained? How do they feel about the training? Do they feel ready? Do they feel their readiness? And is it happening district-wide? And does the data that we have, is it solid? Can we trust it, and can we use it to show progress?
Thank you.
Thanks.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Board members. Ms. Beal?
I'm also looking at the data that you presented, and it seems from the graphs that the professional learning is having an effect. You are having reporting from principals, from teachers, from staff. I'm curious about the student reporting, and how easy is it for students to report something that simply makes them uncomfortable? I sometimes think when things are categorized, like, do you feel like there's a threat to your safety, there's a threat to this, the categorization gets in the way of reporting something. So I feel that we have to have a system in the schools where students don't have to think so hard about things that make them uncomfortable, and be able to report them in a way that reaches the right levels and that they can be acted on. And we should have some access to those reports, anonymous or whatever, to see what's happening in the schools. I do think it's important to have all the professional learning, because if the adults in the room cannot model the behavior, then the students aren't going to. We talked about this in a different setting. So I think that is important. I think that making sure that everybody gets the training, that it happens in a timely manner, is an important thing. But I really am very curious about our process for student reporting. I think that it feels like maybe there's some, there's a barrier. I don't know if it's the way it works, or that's difficult because you have to say, what am I reporting, which way, what's the incident, does it go to this committee, does it go to that committee? We need to make it a little more open for students, because they're just at that age where they just need to be able to say, I'm uncomfortable, I don't know what's happening, but something is not good.
All great comments and noted, and I do know that the reporting that we've shared and the learning includes that the trainings are, the actual reporting is anonymous. So I think in talking to our Student Advisory Council, we noticed that it may not appear to be a safe and brave space to be able to do that reporting. So we're talking about a revamp and a refresh of the report itself and the visibility it has in the spaces that students are at. So right now they have what looks like an app on their iPad, which is actually just a web link. And what we've noticed is that there's more flow of reporting happening during the cycles of learning. So it's just constant reminders and communication that we need to get better at. Thank you for that.
I'll add one more comment. There is this discussion about leadership, student leadership, taking the lead in this. And I think we're starting to realize that having the students that are most discriminated against in those leadership positions, whether they're an advisor or however that happens, is actually an important part of that process.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, I was just going to add the about the reporting, and I can only speak to the junior high space. We have students who are reporting both on that app, but we also have the Safe to Speak Up app. So we have a lot of students who choose to do that form of reporting. It can be anonymous, or they can tell us who they are so that we can respond on it. It is definitely something, particularly at the junior high age, they're very conscious about calling more attention to themselves. So we're trying to be very intentional to give them spaces where they either have a trusted adult that they can tell, or they're using something like the Safe to Speak Up app, where they can even do it anonymously, but it can definitely still be addressed.
Anastasia, did you? Yes.
First, I had a comment about the reporting app, which I meant to bring up at a student advisory council, but I might as well bring it up now, is on the iPad, it's called 3Rs, and the logo is R cubed, I believe, which I think is super clever, but also if someone saw that app for the first time, they wouldn't know what the heck that is. So I think changing the app to just directly calling it discrimination reporting or something, and having the little logo not be R cubed, but just discrimination reporting or something where you can see the app and click on it, because I do know that makes it a lot more accessible, but also I feel like not everyone knows that app exists. And then about the student leadership type of thing, yeah, I do think that's a really good idea to somehow get students involved at all the campuses. I know at DP we were able to get a lot of our leadership students towards the beginning of the year to go around during seminar with teachers to present about the 3Rs and the app. But I wish that could happen at all the schools without putting the burden on the students to be like, hey, you guys need to go and educate all of your peers, because obviously it's very empowering for it to come to students, but we also don't want to put the burden on students to have to fix the issue themselves. So I think if there was a way to provide that opportunity to all the leadership students, if they want to get involved, to maybe have something like that happen, but at the same time, I don't want to put pressure on people to do that.
That's great input. Thank you for that.
Additional comments from the board? Mr. Munoz?
Fighting over the mic. So I want to point out just a couple of things that I think are worth raising. In looking at, I think it's slide 3, disproportionately, using that word is an understatement for the number of incidents reported about anti-blackness versus every other category. And I think further highlights and support what we saw in the racial climate survey. I'm interested at if we are considering at some point of doing these ongoing climate surveys, right? It doesn't have to be as intensive as the one that we did initially, but that was a snapshot in time. And getting an opportunity to, as Ms. Tilton said, get different types of data too. Not only, we do need to beef up what we're getting in terms of reporting to get an accurate idea of what is actually going on our campuses, because I think it's always going to be underreported. We're never going to get every single report. We need to recognize that. But I would also I'm wondering, is there a plan? We're in the first year of this, so by no means do I expect us to do it this spring. But is that the next iteration that you see, Ms. Piloffer?
So I think we have some data sets that you're not seeing today, and some of that is from Panorama. So you're going to see some of that culture climate data in that space, and you'll see it in our student outcomes report next time. So I think pulling this back into that space and really reinforcing some of that work and the outcomes data will be critical. And also we lean on our oversight committee. So they will be reporting to you from their perspective at the next board meeting. So these are the things that they are thinking about. They are very data driven. So that's some input I can give to the oversight committee as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
I want to remind the board that the Panorama survey is new to our district. In prior years, we've only used a one-time-a-year climate survey, which was the CHIC survey, which was used for the LCAP development and such. I'm not the eloquent speaker. It would be more Miss Edison that could speak a little bit more to the panorama survey, but the opportunity for feedback means we can add questions ourselves, and we actually are going to be using one next Monday for the March 4th teacher PD day, where we have no students. That will be their exit ticket. So this is an opportunity for us to also look at the questions we'll have there. And I'm going to ask you to be the more eloquent speaker on the expert on panorama survey.
Couple of more details, that's all. Yes, we are offering it 2 times a year. We've moved from polling samples of grades, which was the CHIC survey, the California Healthy Kids, to surveying all 3rd through 12th grade. So we have a larger sample of students reporting from 3rd through 12th grade. We also give that same band of questions to families and staff. So it isn't that there is one version or the other. We correlate the experiences of all of our stakeholders and then use that information to move forward. As the superintendent said, we do have an opportunity to also tailor questions. And so we've talked about how do we then in our next dissemination, not this March one, but for next year, because we want to do apples and apples this year, how do we add in tailored questions based on the data marks that we've identified from this year's information? So we do have the opportunity to tailor.
That's really encouraging. Thank you for bringing that up. The other point I'd like to make is I know we want to do all of this like really fast. This is deep work that will happen forever. This is work that we all have to do ourselves each and every single day for the rest of our lives. And I think for me, as I look at this, I'm quite encouraged by, albeit small, incremental change in just capacity, right? That was a lot of what we talked about building capacity in our staff and in our teachers. And I think we're starting to see that. And what I read from, it's just one measurement, but what I'm reading from this is, based on from where we started and some of the comments that we were hearing about not having the tools or the skills to navigate these situations, not kind of feeling the apprehension of even recognizing, reporting, or responding, this is pretty encouraging that we have so many of our staff 8 through 10 on how they feel about understanding the 3 R's. I would also like to know how comfortable they feel then taking that. It's one thing to understand it, but it's another thing to then be able to teach it and pass that knowledge along. And so I'm interested in hearing maybe a question like that in the future where we get to see some of that data. And you might have it. It might be in another data set. But
I think it's the data to come. So
yeah.
With the next module, we'll have learning on historical context and kind of the history of language and actions that are biased.
Mm-hmm.
So that's deeper learning, that we're all on a different place in that continuum of learning. So
yeah.
Like you mentioned, it's ongoing work and it's hard work.
Mm-hmm.
To unlearn what we know and to learn something different is going to take time.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate this. I always appreciate these reports, how often they're coming. And then having the real examples, both pockets of success, but also some of the challenges, right? We need to be upfront about what that is, what's needed. Sometimes it's just time, but other times it's resources. And I think it's helpful to hear that in these board meetings as well. But thank you for being here and sharing that. And I will take you up on the offer of visiting. Yeah.
Visit Clancy. It's a great place. I'm not biased. But all of our schools, I just want to uplift the work they're doing. They've taken this on full force. I don't know of any school that has not embraced this work. So to me, that's the best data point that I can share, is that we're committed. So.
Certainly. I would also like to, express my appreciation for the work that's being done in the schools, and for both of you for the report and for the example of how, this is taught, how it's students when they hear folks talk about the racism and anti-Black, then they feel like, okay, I could report it, or I could talk to my teacher about it, the administrator, and their peers, very helpful. And I also like the community, the inclusion of the oversight committee, the student advisory committee, parents to be able to talk to either a teacher, an administrator, and of course the students about this topic, because like we said, this didn't happen overnight, and it's not, it's something that we need to keep in the forefront, certainly, so that our students will start feeling safe, so that they have that support and that they're able to bring it up. And so much more understanding of, like you said, the historical data, and such. And I am, it's hard for me to see how many anti-Black incidents have happened, how many remarks have been made, and such, and to be diplomatic about that. However, the hope I have is that, school staff, principals and everyone at the staff, at the school, from the custodian to the office, the whole school, like you said, every space of the school, to feel safe for our students. So thank you. Thanks for your work.
Yes, thank you. And just echo the comments of my board members and also our student board member. Thank you for bringing that information. It's always important to have the perspective of the students. And I would just speak to 2 years ago where we were. And I remember that board meeting when we called for that survey, and to see where we are now. It's easy sometimes to criticize what's going on, but we didn't have anything. And that's not to say that we should accept anything, but we've got to also recognize that. But as important as I listened to the mother talk about the students still feeling that nothing is happening. And so I'm wondering, how do we create that space, and what does that look like to someone who's been harmed? What does something changing or being addressed, what does that look like? So I'm not sure where we ask that question in there to those, because again, oftentimes you're kind of out there on your own if it happened to you, and then everybody's looking at you, and so you don't feel safe in sharing that experience. Or now that everybody knows you now, the attention is on you. So I think it's really important that how we can capture is what we're doing, the action we're taking, the training that we're doing, the conversation that we have. How has that changed your experience? And I don't know where we get that, and to make it a place where students feel like it's okay for me to say, no, this is not happening. Here's what I'd like to see. I think that's really critically important, because that's the piece too about this work is here and we have the data that's showing here, but it's not really necessarily reflecting to the person that things have changed, that's harmed. So when someone comes and says it still doesn't look like that, don't bring it up anymore, because that's not the attention. That's something we really got to address too, to think about it. So I also want to appreciate all the questions that have come up, all the data that has come up, and then it gotten us to this point, because all that does is it makes it better, process and how we do that. And I think I was just sitting here thinking of some of the words I had a chance to go on a seminar with Clancy, and that experience when you get together and talk and share those stories, that's like no other. So how do we create space to be able to do that? I'm probably dating myself, but I don't know. We used to have assemblies. Everybody's coming together. No one's being singled out, right? So how do we elevate that to this assembly? Those whatever opportunities we have to do that. We don't have to do everything we're saying. We got to think things in a different way, right? And so I just want to appreciate all the work. I know the Anti-Blackness Oversight Committee is doing really hard work to be able to do that. But how do we make sure that this beyond the data, how does this work become visible? Because I'm sure there's work that we don't even know or have been recognized, but we know that it's working. And I was also thinking some of the words that are here, that how do we every day, every chance, every child build a better culture for that? How do we do that? It becomes our talking points. It becomes in our branding of who we are, Santa Barbara Unified. That's what we do, right? When you talk about it, when you're looking, communities are looking to enroll their child in our district, they know what it's about. They're going to be safe, no matter who they are, where they come from. That has to be, it's just in our DNA who we are. And so that's the history we want to create, and that's the history we want to address. We should not have parents coming back. 20 years ago, this still happened to me. So we want to continue to do that work and just appreciate, all the work that's going into it, and know that it's every day, that it's a part of who we are, and it needs to become part of our DNA of who we are. So thank you very much for that report. Okay. So any final questions, comments? We're good? Okay. Thank you so much for that report and sharing your stories. Board members, we're going to have to do a quick re-adjournment to our closed session to vote on item C3. I think we talked about it, but I don't think we took action. But we need to go back and discuss it and take some action. And it's going to take us 5 minutes to go in and come back. C6. C6. Yes. We'll just adjourn back to closed session for about 5 minutes. Thanks. Can I call us back to our regular session? Okay, on a quick adjournment to the closed session to take action on item C6, the board voted 4-0 as a reminder that board member Banning is absent today, to appoint Fred Razzo as principal of Santa Barbara High. The board voted 4-0. So, okay, all right. All right, now we will go back to our regular session. And we're going to go back to our consent agenda. So I think that was the last thing we paused on. So board members, are there any items you'd like to pull from the consent agenda? Do we have any requests to speak? May I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you. All right, that approves our consent agenda. We will move to our action agenda. F1, approval of a World Stride contract for Santa Barbara High School Choir to attend Heritage Festival and competition in Orlando, Florida. Dr. Sheffield.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Superintendent Maldonado. I am here to present a contract for our students at Santa Barbara High School Choir to attend a competition engagement in Orlando, Florida. It's the same competition that I had brought for another school, high school, to participate. It's during spring break, and we would like for this contract to be approved. The money was raised by their team and through ASB account.
Okay, thank you for that report, Dr. Sheffield. Any requests to speak? Okay, board members, any questions or comments? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
I'll move to approve World Stride's contract for Santa Barbara High School Choir to attend Heritage Festival and competition in Orlando, Florida, March 21st, 2024 through March 25th, 2024.
I second the motion.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, and good luck to the choir. So now we're going to F2, approval of overnight school-sponsored student trips.
So we have two student field trips. One is for the choral festival that you had just approved the contract, and the other one is for Dos Pueblos High School cheer competition. We're asking you to ratify this. This is a new thing where our cheer squads can now be in a competitive sport, and so finding out at late notice that they were eligible, and then they did have that opportunity to compete in Anaheim, and so we're asking for you to approve both of these.
Okay. No public comment. Board members, any comments or questions? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
I make a motion for the approval of overnight school-sponsored student trips.
I second the motion.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Sheffield. And we're moving to F3, approval of staff travel, virtual participation out of state and or in excess of 3,000. Dr. Sheffield.
So, very first one is for Student and Family Services. We have two vision teachers attending the California Transcribers and Educators of the Blind and Visually Impaired Conference in Los Angeles in April. Then we have our teacher traveling to the cheer competition, and then teacher travel for the choral festival.
Okay. Thank you. Any requests to speak? No requests to speak. Board members, any comments or questions? Anastasia.
Is there a reason why we're approving it like after some of them have already happened? Like the cheer one, for example?
So for the cheer competition, students now cheer is a competitive sport. And so because we don't know everything ahead of time, it was presented in between board meetings. Traditionally, we would want all travel to be submitted 60 days ahead of time, but they didn't know that 60 days ahead of time. Good question. Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions or comments, board members? Hearing none, may I have a motion for approval?
I move for the approval of staff travel, virtual participation, out of state and in excess of $3,000 to be approved and canceled if deemed necessary.
Okay. Need a second?
Second.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So moved. Moving to F4, adoption approval of grade 9 patterns, physics, science, instructional materials. Who do we have coming up? Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Sims Moten, Board Trustees, Superintendent Maldonado, District staff. I'm joined here this evening by Miss Nellie Hill, who's our Instructional Support Specialist for Science, and she will be sharing a presentation related to the action item before you this evening, which is the approval for the adoption of our grade 9 physics curriculum.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nellie Hill. Good evening, Dr. Maldonado, and thank you for your service, board members.
Thank you.
So this is the timeline that we've used for our physics adoption process. I've shown this to you, I think, 2 times before as we asked for a request to open the 90-day or 30-day window for review of materials. We did start before the pandemic looking at 2 different sets of materials. Well, we looked at dozens of sets of materials and winnowed it down to 2. Neither of those were actually well enough aligned to the new standards, so we ended the pilot process and the pandemic hit. So teachers have been using curated and created resources on their own accord ever since the NGSS was adopted. So we didn't want to give up on trying to find materials to bring coherence across school sites. We've done a lot of other coherence work across school sites, but we felt that in addition to the common agreements we've made, that having curriculum would also be helpful. So luckily, about a year ago, a bit ago, I found the Patterns Physics curriculum through word of mouth from other people in a position like mine who were at a conference and who said, oh, well, have you heard of Patterns Physics? And I realized that I had not heard of it. And so I went digging and I found it. And I went up to Oregon and got an initial training on Patterns Physics. I was incredibly impressed with the curriculum, so I brought it back to our teachers. And we had a kind of a quick process last spring to get the teachers on board with the idea of piloting, and we started piloting in fall. We started training in August and piloting in the fall terms 1 and 2 of this school year. So moving ahead to November, we finished our official pilot. However, all the teachers kept teaching with the curriculum because they found that it was viable. And so all of the pilot participants continued to teach past the pilot window using the curricular materials to, have the course have coherence and because they liked the materials. We moved to ask for a 30-day window for community review of the materials in January, and here we are in February. We are officially asking for the recommendation of the materials. So the 30-day window ended in the middle of February. There's a slight correction to this. I just checked again this morning. We did have one response. It was actually a parent who didn't think the curriculum was physicsy enough, and they had felt that their child had a good experience with the teacher that they had in freshman physics prior to the adoption or piloting of the materials. So I'll address the idea of what physicsy as I talk about the materials, because I think they are modern materials, and so this is kind of a common question that comes up. We shared the information on Parent Square, and we had the materials available online, as well as some hard copies and a laptop available at the district office reception. We had all of our physics teachers who were teaching physics in the fall piloted. Additionally, except for one who just partially piloted. That would be Joshua LaForge at DP. And that's because he teaches a variety of other types of physics and biology in the Innovate program. We additionally had, in addition to the core teachers, we had participation from 2 special education teachers in our pilot work. And Emily Carver is a physics teacher who was only teaching AP Physics in the fall, but participated in the training for the curriculum materials and in supporting the group as we went along using the materials during the pilot. So getting to the idea of what is physics is a really good question. Some people would believe that physics is only when you're using calculus. And that is a true high-level version of physics, but in the NGSS, physics starts in kindergarten. We start having children talk about pushes and pulls because they have experiences with pushing and pulling, with swings, with other toys, with cars. So physics is actually a strand that gets woven through K-12 education in the NGSS, with increasing depth and complexity as time goes on. Additionally, at our high schools, we also have AP Physics, and we have a couple of varieties of that. So there is opportunity post-NGSS for students to engage in that higher level physics, and we offer the AP Physics 1, which is the most accessible of the AP Physics courses. So the NGSS is different from our previous standards. It really emphasizes an interconnection of the practices of science and engineering with the content, which are the core ideas of what students learn, and the cross-cutting concepts of how students think. So this is a massive shift away from the way we have traditionally been asked to teach science in public education. And these are, the standards that are adopted by the state of California and a majority of other states in the country. I'll go back to the curriculum and how it fits in the NGSS in just a minute, but just about the process, we used a specific toolkit that was created to complement the giant shift in education. So when we're asked to review materials, it's really important that we have tools that appropriately review the materials for alignment to the standards and the pedagogy that supports those standards. So the way that we can teach to actually get access to the standards. And this is where our initial 2 pilots failed, because most of the publishers were creating materials that actually were not aligned to the standards. They were more traditional physics, which didn't have students centered as the scientist, as the person engaging in the science practices, as students, as the people trying to figure out phenomena. So the tools were really helpful in our first round of piloting to identify that the materials weren't good enough, and they were helpful in this round of piloting to identify that you'll see that the materials were sufficient and in their alignment to NGSS and in their support of pedagogy that aligns with NGSS, and also going back to that very first image, developing our district lens, which we did in 2018-2019, which was centered around being able to read, reason, and communicate and engage in science as a scientist. So the tools were very helpful for, I was actually trained over about 4 days out of Ventura County Office of Ed and how to use these tools. And they were very helpful for giving a safe and rigorous environment for having evidence-based conversations and difficult conversations and making progress to come to consensus. Additionally, we provided student feedback opportunities, and you'll see some great quotes from the students in just a little bit. So the piloting started, it was in term 1, and that was the minimum commitment. But as I said, all of the teachers chose to keep using the materials after term 1. All 3 of our comprehensive high schools and 8 out of our 9 teachers fully engaged with the pilot, teachers who were teaching physics in the fall. We had 4 days of training. 3 days were with a curriculum specialist from the Patterns Physics group. And we had ongoing professional learning. We had office hours with the lead author of the curriculum. We had paid teachers to go to unit level webinars, which were open to not just Santa Barbara Unified, but anyone interested in the Patterns Physics across California, Oregon, or the rest of the country. And we had some professional learning days that I led where teachers had subs, and we gave support to them to do piloting is hard work, whatever the curriculum. So to give them that extra support to feel ready to teach. These are some images that are representative. You can see up in the left corner, it's teachers getting training. They are actually discovering the pattern of a quadratic relationship using different size ball bearings in different sizes of rings. You can see 2 images of spreadsheets. This is a very modern curriculum with students using coding spreadsheets, which is a really relevant skill to learn some basics of coding, to learn that coding's not scary. So that's some basic coding that's doable within the context of physics. So we're bringing in people who may not identify that they would associate themselves with somebody who would code. So somebody who might not take a computer science class is going to get a really friendly, open introduction to some basic coding using sheets. And there's different levels of support for all of this. So it's accessible to everybody. And the curriculum comes with different levels of support for these sorts of activities. And then you can see the 2 pictures of ramps. This is from the first unit, and there is a ton of hands-on activities. I would say I've never seen a curriculum with so many hands-on activities, and that is because we are centering the student as the scientist in an inquiry-based set of activities that build understanding over time by looking for patterns. So I think, the teachers are the ones who are going to need to implement this. So ultimately, we really need to listen to their voice. And you can see, even though it's colored red, that 75% are the people who said good enough. I couldn't change the colors. I'm not sure why. So 75% said, okay, this is good enough. Let's do it. Let's keep going. One person said, this is the best thing ever. And one person said that they are opposed to recommending the Patterns Physics for adoption, and I'm going to follow up with that in just a second. So we have 87.5% of the teachers saying, let's do this, which also was demonstrated by the fact that they kept teaching it even after they didn't have to. So I'll give you a second to read these quotes. And these are teacher quotes. And so to give you a second with that last quote, you can see that was the teacher who was opposed. That teacher said that they think in the short term we should keep using it, but we shouldn't adopt it. So I think that really speaks to it. The traditional publishers haven't really created curriculum at the high school level that is actually meaningfully aligned to the standards. That's not true for K-8 because we're a K-8 adoption state. And so publishers work really hard to get on that K-8 adoption list, and that's where they put their time and energy in California. And there is only one other curriculum that I have seen that actually honors the spirit of the NGSS, and that curriculum is still not totally available yet. It's by Open Sci-Ed, and they have been releasing units as they come, but it is not actually quite done yet. It should be done at the end of this year. So we have been waiting a long time to find viable curriculum, and I think this speaks to that this is a curriculum that works. We always like to get student voice, so we had 365 students respond to a survey. You can see that a majority of them said yes, we should use this curriculum. We had about 17%, 16% that said that different versions of I'm not sure, and we had 17% said no. And we have some student quotes. I decided to share with you the quotes around the science and engineering practices. We had asked a question about how they engaged in the NGSS science and engineering practices, and again, the emphasis with that is that the students should be centered as the people doing the science. So I'll give you a second to read these quotes. That first quote is from a 9th grade student and really shows you, I think what you can see with these quotes is that this curriculum is accessible to a range of students to make meaning of what they're doing at different levels. And I think that's evidenced by these quotes. So I'll give you a little bit of time to read that. And then just to point out, in the first one, they mentioned using Desmos, and so this curriculum uses Desmos continually. If you're not familiar with Desmos, it is used in the math classes. It's used on our state testing. It's an extremely powerful and free resource that allows for data visualization through graphing. And people who really know Desmos could tell you a lot more about all the different things it does. But in the context of physics, we are entering data into Desmos, and we're finding patterns in the mathematical models, the graphs, and the formulas that get attached to those graphs. The patterns physics has some very solid design principles that are in alignment with NGSS. These 8 principles, there's a lot more information on those in the link provided on this slide. But to highlight, that is the student-centered learning and collaboration, that and the culturally responsive piece is about centering students and centering students as the people who are doing the work and doing the learning. So it's moving fully away from a sage on the stage, old-fashioned method of teaching and into student-centered learning. And then to add to that, if you see number 3 on there, is the patterns approach to inquiry, is if students are constructing knowledge, we have to have really good repeated protocols for how they learn that knowledge so that they have something to attach it to. So the inquiry approach is, and all of the methods in the course are repeated through each unit so that students are coming back to the same methodology for making sense of the science repeatedly. And that is definitely different from what you would see in a teacher-created materials. Often in teacher-created materials, the flavor changes a lot unit to unit, which can be fun, but sometimes for students, they have trouble keeping track of the learning they're doing because they're having to learn in new ways. The curriculum is it is comprehensive. It's a free curriculum. It's an open educational resource, so we do not actually have to pay for the curriculum, but it has a tremendous amount of resources: slide decks, unit packets, videos for the teachers, assessments, quizzes, rubrics. As I mentioned earlier, a plethora of lab experiments. It is the core of the curriculum, is students doing experimentation. And just to point out the very last bullet on there, you see conclusion writing supports, and that's really indicative of the tremendous language support that is in the curriculum. It does have a heavy literacy emphasis, and with that, support for a variety of students in learning how to write in science. So over time with this curriculum, we will be able to monitor progress. We have our state test for science in the 11th grade. We have the local assessments, including the ones that are in the curriculum, and then we will choose 3 common district assessments from that curriculum so that we can compare and have those cycles of inquiry PLC district discussions. Within the site PLCs, they can also engage in cycles of inquiry because they'll have common assessments from the common curricular materials. And then additionally, we can monitor and assess student progress as we engage in learning walks. So funding that we're asking for, as I mentioned, it's a free resource. It's an open educational resource. So what we're asking for is supporting teachers and students, not spending the money for a publisher. So the money would go to ongoing professional learning, some of which we would small fee to hire somebody from Patterns Physics to help train with any updates or to help train future year new physics teachers. Quite a bit of money is for instructional materials for the laboratory component of it. It is materials intensive. There is money set aside for professional learning pull-out days where the teachers have a sub and can get together and engage in those cycles of inquiry, as well as some after-school meetings. And this is a 3-year estimate for teacher professional learning and laboratory supplies. I would just add that some of this I would not necessarily include in this budget because it's the type of support that we get as that teachers have been getting anyway. Summer professional learning, we've been getting summer professional learning for many years. That hasn't been something we've had to specifically ask for science. We've had a lot of support for professional learning, for subs, for teachers to have those cycles of inquiry days throughout the year. But we felt that it was important to call this out given the fiscal environment. We really want to make sure that with this new free adoption that teachers are still supported. And our recommendation is that we adopt Patterns Physics for, and the money for be allocated for professional learning and laboratory instructional materials.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Any requests to speak from the public? Okay, board members' comments or questions? Ms. Beal, do you have a Anastasia?
You mentioned about a parent saying it wasn't like physicsy enough. Yeah. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes. So as I was saying, so traditional physics would be a lot of mathematical computations of learning. Traditionally, like when I took physics or when most parents took physics, you would be told about what the laws of physics were and what the rules of physics were. Then you would go do a laboratory experiment to confirm that what your teacher said was true. And then you would do then mathematical computations with the results of that experiment and also practice problems. And for those practice problems, you would often memorize the way the teacher taught you how to do the algorithm or the steps of the problem. And so in that realm, if you are, like I was, a very math-based, math-friendly, happy person, it was a comfortable environment to sit, listen, memorize, and be able to reproduce the steps of the mathematics, but without necessarily the conceptual understanding. Now, some people got the conceptual understanding, and many physics teachers in the traditional environment were amazing. So I'm not trying to talk badly about that, but there's a giant shift away from that style of teaching and that style of learning into the next generation science standards, where the students are supposed to be centered as the ones who are given a carefully curated environment, are supposed to make sense of the world around them with guidance and to find out the relationships that exist in nature. So in the Patterns Physics curriculum, you center the inquiry, hands-on investigation, and so the teacher's not telling you what you're going to find. You are finding what actually exists, and using Desmos and spreadsheets, you find those patterns, and you make sense of those patterns, and that's how you then come to the rules that exist and the laws that exist in physics. So it's a little bit of a flipped model. So when you look at that, that might seem unfamiliar, the WAVES unit focuses on starting on looking at ultrasounds, that if a student had a knee injury and they went and got an ultrasound of their knee, if they were a student athlete, how does an ultrasound technician interpret the ultrasound? So then we learn about waves to help us understand that phenomena of the ultrasound, rather than I'm going to talk at you about waves a lot, and then you're going to practice some wave equations. And hopefully later, if there's time, we'll talk about that application. So it's a flip. Good.
Ms. Bill.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, this would mostly be for the universal access classes, and AP classes would probably maybe hew to a more traditional mathematical based model. I'm just wanting to understand this.
The AP curriculum is chosen by the College Board.
Yeah.
So the AP course is determined by the College Board. So we don't have leeway to redo AP courses.
Mm-hmm.
So the AP course does follow a traditional math-based physics model. It is a college level. You can get college credit for doing AP physics. It's not an appropriate class for most freshmen. I have 2 children myself. One of them did AP physics as a freshman because he's very linear math-based. And my daughter, who is also excellent at school, but not quite the mathematician memorizer that my son is, she is doing regular physics right now using the patterns approach. So most of our students at all 3 high schools take physics. It was not called universal access physics, but I think that is a good analogous description. We have a physics course for most freshmen. And then a small percent of students, basically students who have done math compaction, and if they did math compaction in junior high and it was easy and they really liked it, then they would be appropriate to go, if they wanted to, into the AP Physics one.
Yeah, I would say I have exactly the same children, and I was a little surprised when my son was encouraged to take AP Physics as a freshman, once again through math compaction, and then I had a daughter who probably would have really enjoyed this new curriculum. So I'm glad that there's some differentiation, because I do think that some of the students who are more math-oriented would see the patterns a little more easily in the more math-oriented one, as you described. So they have the choices if they're so inclined.
Yeah.
And are able to kind of work backwards. My only, it's not really a concern. I think it sounds like that there's been a lack of coherence, a lack of curriculum, so this is a nice way to make sure that all of our high schools are teaching our students to the same standard. So I appreciate that you work so hard to adopt this curriculum. I have a question about the fact that some of the response from the teachers where they're like, it's good enough, and there was a little bit of a comment that we'll modify it to make it more to our liking. So I just want to know, how will that work? Because I know that you're talking about setting up your own professional learning and to try to fill in the gaps and to make it work. How will teachers at different schools say, okay, there's this gap in the way it's presenting X, so this is how I'm teaching it to my students? Is there going to be some sort of sharing conversation that, okay, maybe, yes, we do also see this gap, we're going to do the same thing at our schools?
Yes, we are actually already doing that. So we have a lead teacher at each school site who volunteered, or their PLC nominated them, and so we have one from each of the comprehensive high schools, and we are working together about 3 hours a week right now so that they can share with each other. We have a spreadsheet where we share all of the, if people, oftentimes it's, some people modify things because they want to, and then sometimes we have to add things because we can support more students if we make a modification. So the goal of modifying is generally to support more students. Occasionally it's that somebody wants it graphically designed a little better. They feel their slides would look a little better if they did something different. But our process the entire time has been one that has been collaborative. And so we share our updates through a spreadsheet that we call the Sharing is Caring spreadsheet. And then we have Zoom meetings currently with the lead teachers from each site, about 3 hours a week, where they can talk to each other and divide and conquer. Yeah.
Nellie, help me here. We have teachers who have prep periods every day in high school, but then we have teacher PLC time, which is on top of that time to plan. And so the PLC time is where this would happen, in addition to professional learning during the summer and other times. Is that accurate?
In the future, yes. Currently, because we just really want to support teachers as best as we can, currently we have some after-school meeting time for one teacher from each site, people who have been identified as themselves or their peers have identified them as being especially talented in modifying curriculum to support all learners. Just an example is we know chronic absenteeism can be a problem. So one of the things that we wanted to add to the curriculum that wasn't there would be videos of the lab experiments, so that if a student had missed the lab experiment, they would have access to a video of it. So some of the modifications are, and so we have collectively said, if you're going to make a video, we shouldn't all make videos. We should have one person make it and share it. And so then if somebody else says, you know, these slides, the language on these slides is a little too complex, I'd like to break these slides down to make them more accessible. We don't all need to be doing that. So that's how we're trying to divide and conquer to support. It is I honestly don't know any curriculum that is good to go. I mean, you can spend $1 million on Amplify, which I know we've had neighboring districts who have bought Amplify for K-6 and spent like $1 million, and the teachers still aren't happy. So I'm, you know, that's common across the board, that it's just somebody else's work is a really good place to start and a really good place to find coherence. But if you're really see teaching as an art, it's not done. So.
Additional questions, board? Ms. Munoz?
That's excellent presentation.
Thank you.
That's understandable, and I really like that it's student-centered, so that they're exploring it as they go along and learning, actively learning. The student as the scientist is superb, and the time spent and the support in modifying it and training too is helpful to note that that's happening. I really like the collaboration between the teachers and avoiding duplication in your efforts. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Escobedo?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say this is an amazing presentation that you have here, with links to just about everything that we would want to see, and examples and samples, and you did a good job of walking us through what is different about this curriculum. And I think for me, physics has a great capacity to make science tangible for students and fun. Like, a lot of experiments that you can have in a physics course are fun and engaging. And I'm looking at what you're talking about, and there are transferable skills too. The fact that there's coding in here. Just about every college student I come in contact with, no matter what their major is, they know some sort of coding, and they use it in their studies. What else did I say? I think definitely, as Ms. Munoz said, the student-centered approach, and I think absolutely there's no perfect curriculum that's ready to go, but it speaks volumes that the teachers that trialed it kept using it, and they thought that that was the best option. So I'm absolutely in support of this. I want to approve it, and you did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I just echo the comments, and I did take note of, you said there's a literacy component. Can you just expand a little bit about that?
Yeah, so they have this icon in the curriculum that's a swirled ice cream cone. And so they say students swirl every day, which is speak, write, read, and listen. And so there's, to get this, the S, the speaking, there's a lot of structured discussion protocols. So the curriculum is set up so that there's variability designed into the experiments so that students have slightly different results on purpose from their experiments, and so they can compare those results, and they have an authentic purpose for discussion and argumentation, and that discussion and argumentation is scaffolded through some graphic organizers and a methodology or protocol for the discussion that repeats throughout the course.
Well, I appreciate that because this goes back to early literacy. If you're really strong in that, and as we're tying that in, so I can really appreciate that. The other thing is, I think Dr. Bill asked the question about the universal access versus just, because I was asking myself the question, would I see myself in physics? How do it, so I think in this you can see yourself doing that, because sometimes I would never even do that because you assume it's a doctor, or it's a something else that you wouldn't necessarily go to. But to Dr. You got a Dr. Escobedo tonight. To that point, that is transferable, and I think it's really important to see, even though that may not be your path of growth, but you can see yourself and how does it translate into everyday things that I do that's fun, that I can take home and do. So I seen that in the examples that you shared here, as the materials that you shared and the links to all those different things. So I really appreciate that approach to it, because not everybody sees themselves in physics and those higher things, because I think it's a certain path that it's going towards. So I appreciate that, and also to echo the comments, very well explained today in presentation.
Awesome.
So,
thank you.
with that, board members, may I have a motion?
I move to approve the Patterns Physics curriculum for adoption.
Second.
Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Right, motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move to F5. Approval of brokerage services with Burnham Benefits Insurances. Dr. Vecchio.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Sims Moten, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. I'm also want to, at the start of this action item, introduce to you Maggie Lepore, who is online with us. There she is up on the screen.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. Good evening.
She is from Burnham, so I'm here to answer any questions about services. I want to start just with a couple background comments and then turn it over to the board for your consideration. I wanted to outline that currently the district invests $16 million in benefits. That's medical, dental, and vision. And then next year it's slotted to be more towards 20 million. But I want to also make sure that you're aware that currently about 40 or 50% of that is the employees' contribution. So the employees are actually contributing quite a bit of their own money to our benefits. Next year, of course, that percentage is going to change with with the tentative agreements we've reached. But I wanted at the outset to make sure you're aware of that investment. That's a very big investment, very important investment, because it does get to the well-being of our employees and their families. The second thing I wanted to mention is that probably I am going to estimate I know it was over 6 years ago, because I believe it was before my time in HR, but we did have this service for our health plans, and we, during budget cuts, had eliminated the broker attachment to our benefits. And then more recently, happily, I might admit that this board has expressed a very large interest in an investment in health and a greater employee contribution. But also, we have heard from this board, our staff, our employees, that we want to get more out of the benefits that we actually are purchasing. And so with all that feedback, we have engaged in a short-term work with Burnham and Maggie in particular around looking deeply at our plans. We've spent I think it's been 4 meetings with both SBTA and CSEA and other employees, some management employees, and we've been looking at rates and plans and all the requests that employees have had about going out to market, looking at the different insurance pools. Maggie has really shepherded us all together collectively through that process to look at plans. We're right now digging deep into the dental area because that's what we're hearing from employees that is not working so well for them. And so, none of this would be possible without having that expertise right by our side. So that's been very useful. But I did want to mention that I think this goes along with the vision of our board, which is adding a service, a real valuable service to these plans that our employees will benefit from. And again, I want to make it clear that we are proposing that the district pays the entire cost of this $100,000 contract per year. I do list it down there as a $550 per employee, or I think it was $60 a year, but this is being proposed that we invest in this and pay for it as a district for our employees. And I believe that's all the comments I wanted to make, and I'll turn it over to the board for consideration, or if there's any public comment.
Any requests to speak from public board members? Questions, comments? You have one. Okay.
We have one public commenter, Ken Rivas. Welcome.
Oh, I gotta have it on? Okay. All right. So anyhow, I'm just coming up to make a short comment regarding that, because we understand, CSA that is, understand how complex this can get into when we're looking at, the benefits that are out there. And again, you were talking healthcare, vision, dental. And so if this is a way to help find some solutions in providing better services, and that we can get more bang for your buck, so to speak, out of using this service. And one thing I like about this is that there's not going to be an additional charge to the employee if we go with this. And so we do have a one classified employee who sits on the benefits committee, health and benefits committee. And so I'd just like to say that I would be in support of this going forward. My only concern is, as we see it works, then great. If it doesn't pan out, then we take another look at it next year. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, comments or questions? Ms. Munoz?
Yes, it sounds like it would be very helpful, to the district and worth the investment. And I like that they gave the case examples of how much was saved by different districts and employee groups such as ours to find the best, health plan, dental plan, and vision for the employees. So I think it's a good thing. Thank you for your presentation.
Dr. Peel?
In my capacity as a physician, we know that the healthcare landscape changes every single year. And so it really takes somebody with expertise to be able to juggle deductibles, HSAs, the increasing costs for insurance, and make sure that it can be affordable, and on both sides. So we're looking to have our own savings so we can offer the best product to the employees that we can. So I think this is an excellent choice, and it will be a good choice for the long term.
Any comments? So echo the comments. I know when I first came on this board that was one of the things we heard back from employees about the cost of health insurance and how expensive it was, particularly if you have a large family. But I think that's good in terms of also the board hearing, from the teachers and everyone actually talking about the cost of insurance. And so I appreciate this, and I definitely think that this is an investment, and the fact that the district will be paying 100% of the cost, that also says as much as well. I just had a question. I noticed that on the list of folks there's Santa Barbara County Education Office, Santa Barbara City College. Is there a group rate for being in Santa Barbara County that we can come together to defray some of that cost?
That would be, I'm glad you asked a question that Maggie can answer because she's been waiting all night. So she might as well.
No problem. No, that's a question we get asked often. Like, would we have better pricing if we grouped with other districts? You may not be aware, but you are actually grouped with the other districts in Santa Barbara County. SISC does pool you across the state, but then also there's like a what they call experience rating within your county. So you all are, I know the cost of insurance is high. That's just a nationwide problem, as you all are aware, but you are in a very competitive pool and leaning on each other. You're not standing on your own. But this is all part of, I think it's a great question. And I do think there's more analysis that can be done. Shopping the market, understanding what alternatives there are out there, and what can you do even within your current program to help control costs, help employees' costs stay contained. There are a lot of ideas around that, and we will bring those ideas in the committee setting and present those illustrations and analysis. Over the next year, we'll have several projects that we'll be delivering. And really cost containment strategies are one of the key pieces that we will be focused on.
Well, thank you for that answer. So also being an employee of the county, we often have through our HR wellness days to reduce the experiences or, to lessen the experiences that cause the cost of insuring employees to go up. So that was one of the questions as well. So thank you for answering that. Mr. Escobedo.
I have a question for Maggie now.
Yes.
Make it worthwhile for you. And I don't know if you can answer this, but I know that the only HMO that we've been able to have on our offerings is Kaiser, and it's out of county.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that we've had trouble doing that. And HMOs, albeit are less convenient, they are more predictable and lower cost for the user.
Mm-hmm.
What are the challenges there for us in order to get HMOs, HMO plans in Santa Barbara County?
That's a very good question. We hear it often. We are seeing options open up, and I'll explain what sort of historically has gone on. In Santa Barbara County, as you know, you kind of have a monopoly with your hospital system, and that works against an HMO. It really drives HMO cost. What has evolved and what we've actually already been able to work with your pool on is the fact that the pool itself has expanded into other counties. They're much more present in Ventura County, where HMOs are very, possible options. And there are active HMOs there across most districts beyond Kaiser. So I think you were mentioning that you do offer Kaiser to employees in Ventura County, but you can't offer it to employees in Santa Barbara County. The attractive option of HMO, like you're alluding to, is that you don't have to pay high deductibles. You're not necessarily paying a percentage of a high bill. So the out-of-pocket cost for the employees is much more, much lower, much more competitive. But it comes with a high premium. So having said that, we did hear that from the committee early on. We have had, I think, 3 or 4 meetings with your committee. And in the first one, it was mentioned that there was interest in having HMO available to all employees, not just to those wanting Kaiser and living in Ventura County. We had, and this sort of speaks to our presence in Santa Barbara County, our partnership with your current pool, and an example of what we're able to accomplish. In the past, they have said, no, we cannot quote HMO Anthem in Santa Barbara County. And they've explained, the kind of cost drivers and why it's not a viable option. And it actually would lead to a much higher premium. But as we engage them on your particular district, we ask them to look outside of Santa Barbara County and their growth in Ventura County, namely to lean on those districts, the pool that has expanded into that Central Coast region, to see if we can get an HMO with competitive pricing. And it was amazing that within a few weeks after that conversation, they did produce a quote for your district for an Anthem HMO options. We're in the early stages of exploring that with your committee. It has been presented, so You have union leaders there on the committee, district management as well. So everyone is aware of this option now. And in fact, in our next meeting, it is going to be a focus to understand what it is and why it now exists and how it might fit in with your current plan offerings. But again, I think this speaks to our role. These are the type of things that we're there to hear what the need is and find a way to deliver it. Obviously, there are times where we can't. But this was, I saw it as a win that we were able to identify this need, work with your pool, help them kind of analyze your enrollment and the region to open up an HMO option to you.
Thank you so much for that. I think that answer alone demonstrates the value in this service. And so I'm fully ready to support this and make the motion when ready, President Sims-Moten. All right. Let me get the language.
Okay.
I make the motion to recommend, to approve the contract with Burnham to provide benefits broker services as outlined in the proposal.
I second the motion.
It's been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you. Nice meeting you all.
Okay, next we're moving to item F6.
Okay, thank you. And for tonight's HR recommendation list to the board, I'd like to take a moment to recognize one retirement, Elizabeth Brown, who's a teacher at La Colina Junior High School, 14 plus years. So congratulations to her on retirement in June. I also want to go down the list, short list tonight, but go down the list and highlight Graciela Vega and Megan Koyman, who both are receiving master's degrees, premiums, and also there's a bachelor degree premium, Imelda Silvalino, and then a language bilingual premium pay for Brian De La Luz. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to the board for your consideration and approval.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Becchio. Any public request to speak on this item? Hearing none. Board members, any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. May I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the human resources recommendations.
I need a second. Okay, been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Thank you.
you.
All right, we'll move to F7, approval of classified and confidential seniority list. Dr. Becchio.
Okay, so I think we do have a slide deck here that I'll put up. And I'll just give you a short presentation on this item. As you recall, and the public will recall, 2021 we received some one-time funds for these reasons: COVID learning recovery, a lot of COVID relief, safety, PP&E, and that all came into us. Millions came into us, and as you know, we used that quite a bit of that money for staffing, to increase our staffing and our services to students and families. And so that money is coming to an end. We all knew that the expiration would be, I think it's actually this summer or September. September is the last one of the one-time funds. And so we really have a need to lay off positions that were funded out of those one-time funds, because we don't have a budget space for those. And I wanted to make the point that any issuance of layoff notices are not a reflection of someone's performance, their dedication to the district, and that they are based on seniority primarily. And so I wanted to make sure that that's said publicly. I also wanted to mention that classified seniority lists are being presented tonight. And I'll talk a little bit about what those are and how we got to those seniority lists. But I also wanted to mention that certificated and management layoffs. Certificated, we will see less staffing in certificated. So We just do not anticipate that we will need to do the amount of layoffs in certificated because we feel there will be enough attrition to be able to cover those cutting of those sections in our schedules. And so we're taking a closer look at that in the next week. We have been analyzing it and looking. There may be certain credential areas that we do need to bring on March 12th, but we'll bring that back to you. And that's same for management as well. We're still looking at that. Remember that we do have a tentative agreement on class size, and that is a big part of why we're not seeing layoffs in the certificated space, because if we did raise class sizes, we would probably not have the attrition be able to cover that, and we would need to see some layoffs there. So I wanted to mention that as well. If you go to the next slide, I have the clicker here. So here's a timeline for the classified layoff. It's pretty much now, because of the new law, classified layoffs are to be noticed by March 15th, and that is new. In the past, it was a 60-day notice, and there's some advantages to that over this new law. This new law does allow for more advanced notice for the employee, so that is good. However, it does require us to over-notice employees, whereas the old system, we could actually do a lot of the negotiating and the bumping and things like that, and then issue the reduction in force that's more targeted to the people that are actually going to be laid off. Right now, this system is seniority lists. We've supplied those to our bargaining unit, CSEA. We're bringing those forward for your approval tonight. There's a resolution that'll come before you on March 12th. That'll outline the actual positions, a number of positions and names of positions that are being laid off or reduced. And then we'll issue those precautionary notices by March 15th. I say precautionary because that is not a final notice. That is just, like I said, we're going to have to over-notice. And then there's requests for hearings between March and May, effects bargaining that we'll engage in with CSEA. In fact, I think we begin that tomorrow. So we'll get started on that early. And then we have the bumping that happens. I'll talk just a little bit about, I'll show you an example of that. And then final layoff decisions need to be made by March 15th. And those would be the final notices that employees get. May 15th, sorry, thank you for that correction. Between the March and May, we will see some rescinding of layoff notices. As we know that employee does not need to be laid off, we would issue them a notice saying, we don't need to lay off and you have this position. So that'll happen during that time between March and May. And I wanted to just give an example of the bumping process. It's really complicated. I've tried to simplify it here. So let's say the reduction in force is happening with classification A. So we're going to eliminate that classification because it was one-time funded. And if there are 3 employees in that classification, we look at, they will get a notice. We then look at what classification they have occupied in our district and may have seniority in. So if one of those employees was in classification B previously in their career, we would go down and look at that seniority list. So we need that one to be approved tonight. And then someone would get bumped out of that classification that is least senior. Then we look at that person that was least senior, and if they occupied classification C, we need to go to classification C and see if that person bumps somebody out of classification C. So we need that seniority list approved. If they bump someone out of there and that person occupied classification D, we need to do that same thing with classification D. So that's one person. If there's 3 in that classification, we need to do that same thing for all 3 of those. So you will see, quite a few seniority lists, and that example explains why we're bringing those forward, some of which are not classifications that were funded by one-time funds. Okay. And I believe those were the points I wanted to cover for you, and then I'll turn it over to you for any questions or comments.
Yep, okay, request to speak.
We have one public commenter, Ken Rivas.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is where, as the president of the classified unit, where real difficult conversations start to happen. And because I get inundated, and that's fine, I expected that with this coming. A lot of questions from our classified employees. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't come up here and present to you their concerns. So here it is. So I can explain away, when having these conversations, I can explain away that there was COVID monies and those positions were funded by COVID monies. I can explain away that there was ESSER monies and those positions that were funded by ESSER monies are no longer be able to continue. And then the one difficult conversation I'm having is when I'm having employees say, well, you know, I wasn't funded by ESSER or COVID, but my employment came through, is funded through the general fund. But then there is also the LCAP who comes from the general fund. And so that one conversation I have to work through because, I'm not sure how that fits all into this, the layoffs. And so, as I work with John Becchio as we go through the bumpy rides, and I'm sure I'll be able to ask him questions and have more answers for our folks. But one thing comes up that's, you can't miss is when you look at the amount, the number of classified, and I get questions about that, and again, these are hard topics, and some things come up like it looks like the budget is now being balanced on the backs of the classified, some of the lowest wage earners. And, it's kind of terrible to think that way. But when you look at the amount of people that are going to be laid off, and some that are going to be really close to student services or direct support of students, that's a hard one to consider. But I mean, I get that these precautionary notices need to go out, and I'm also in conversation with the classified employees about that piece. And so I just wish that as we work through this all the way to May, that we also look at the district and the school board look at finding other cost-saving measures so that a lot of folks aren't hurt by losing their job. But we know that some just aren't gonna. The district's not just gonna be able to fund that anymore. So, but I just want to say, please, take those other measures into consideration, whatever they may be. I'm not going to present any to you now, any ideas or suggestions to you now, but I just need to say that for the folks that, have instilled in me to be their spokesperson as their president. Thank you.
Thank you. No more public commenters.
Okay, questions, comments from the board? Ms. Beal.
I obviously had access to these materials as everybody else did, but was able to ask some questions. But maybe, Dr. Becchio, between you and Mr. Venz, you can explain why what happens to a career employee who has been funded with these one-time funds? What happens if these funds end, and why can't LCAP fund everything? So that might give us some clarification.
Okay, let me answer, and Steve Venz is definitely the expert on that. But let me just start by saying that these seniority lists you see all the employee IDs on them in one classification. Those are not the employees that are getting layoff notices necessarily. These are just purely every person in that classification and the seniority list for those. We will will land on how many within that list has to have a layoff notice, but it will not be all the people you see tonight. So I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. Yeah, so as far as the one-time funds expiring, the LCAP process is going to go on through, it gets approved in June. And so that pot of money is dedicated to what the community comes up with in terms of input. We do community input, school input, and then there is decisions made about what goes in the LCAP to submit those goals or to support those goals. And so that process has to happen, and some things that are student services that were in one-time funds may actually end up in the LCAP. But we just don't know that yet, and so therefore, and not everything will fit into the LCAP because it's not enough money in there. And so we just need to precautionarily issue the notices, and then as things fall into place in terms of our budget plan, we can go ahead and rescind those and whatnot. So I don't know if that completely answered what you asked, but if not, I can have Steve come up. Yeah.
These are very hard decisions, and I want to thank Ken Rivas, and I want to acknowledge the anxiety that it causes for everyone in the system. It's not something that we ever want to intentionally do. It is impossible for us, however, to continue to staff the way we do when we also have a declining enrollment school district. And we want to be cognizant of that, along with all the costs that comes with running small schools or schools with lower enrollment. And so we do have hard decisions to make, but I don't want it to be felt like it's because we don't care about all the employees. And I want to just continue to say we appreciate every employee we have in our system. At the same time, it would be irresponsible for us to say we're going to do everything we can to keep everybody, because it may not be the truth. And I want to make sure that with that appreciation comes transparency and honesty about what will fit in the budget and what will not, and that those are hard decisions we are having to make tonight and will be continuing to have. When we develop the LCAP budget in the coming weeks and months, I also want us to be really careful at looking at the outcomes for the students for which those funds are meant to be served, and really center what is happening with those groups of students and what we have seen worked and hasn't worked, because those are the most vulnerable children in our district that we are meant to serve with the LCAP plan. So I just want to take time to acknowledge, though, at the same time, that there is a lot of stress and feelings around that for our employees, and we hope they could speak to their direct supervisors for support, look at other opportunities where we may have openings, some hard-to-fill positions that they might qualify for, and also the resources that we have for counseling that we offer through our health plans.
Yes, you did answer my question. I mainly would want to address the idea that there's this misperception that people are going to completely lose their job. And there certainly is, the idea that we do have to streamline our budget, and some positions, it may be difficult to transition somebody to a different position if their position is no longer going to be supported through some other source of funding. So there may not be a position. So I think for transparency, no, not everybody is going to be able to stay. This is where the seniority lists come from. And also I think the idea that LCAP is a majority of our budget and can kind of cover everything, it is actually a smaller portion of our budget and is very directed and very restricted, and we do want to use those funds wisely. And if a position could be funded by that, we could certainly consider that, but there's no guarantees, and it depends on the final plan. And I don't know if Mr. Venz, we may have already said it.
Additional questions? Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you for that explanation, and thank you for the questions too. I think those are really important questions to ask. I know you said this, but I just want to, I don't think we can say that enough, because looking at this document of the seniority list is overwhelming because there are so many employees. So if I heard you correctly, not all of these employees are going to receive notices.
That's correct.
And these positions, there are positions that are not funded by one-time monies because of the bumping, because that person that might be in the position that we're cutting could get bumped into a previous position that they had that's either general fund monies, or it could be LCAP monies or some other ongoing funding, correct?
That's correct. And that graphic that I showed you, in that example, the classification A was the only one that was funded out of one-time funds. The rest of the seniority lists we brought to you for that were because there was somebody employed in that classification A that bumped down to these other classifications that are generally funded. So that process has to go on, and it'll include a bunch of positions. But also we have to create the entire seniority list for that, which is why we have all those employee IDs. But again, we can't overstate this. We only will issue layoff notices on the seniority list to the people that potentially could be laid off, not the whole entire list.
And this is not saying there's a guarantee, but there's going to be some folks where we have vacancies in certain positions, and so when they get their position eliminated and you start working your way down the bumping schedule, it doesn't even necessarily mean that someone will no longer be employed at the end of this process with the school district. That there are many iterations that this could play out in, and we're unfortunately held to this deadline where we have to issue notices at March 15th. But from March 15th to May 15th, we're doing a whole lot of work of figuring out where we can put people if necessary, but also we're going to be through this LCAP process. So there's a lot of answers we don't have to questions that we're going to receive. A question I have for you is, I know that recently we had site leadership get staff together and talk about this process to hopefully get ahead of any anxieties of seeing this list. From what I have heard, the anxiety and the questions and the uncertainty and clarity is still not there. Can we continue that conversation as we move through this process, continue offering opportunities to answer questions about the process, what it means, from March 15th to May 15th? It doesn't mean it happens every day, but periodically.
Yes, good question. On your first point, and then let me come back to this. How much one-time funds were there total? How many? 60 million. So let's say we spent, even if we spent 40 million on staff, we don't have those funds anymore. So in the end, there will be people that do not work for the district anymore. Because if there isn't, then we haven't really saved any of those. We haven't saved funds, and we'll still be spending that much money. But yes, there's bumping and there's reemployment rights. So someone will have reemployment rights to a open position, future open positions. So that also happens in that process. To your other question, which was, just give me a reminder.
If we could continue to offer opportunities for employees.
Yes. So the way this process works is, it starts out with, quite a few people. You'll see the list, and no one knows who's actually going to get a notice. Okay, so there's a lot of uncertainty right now because of that. There has been a message gone out. We have created a FAQ so people can actually access that. They should also reach out to their labor leaders, but also their supervisors and principals. So we did meet with principals to say, hey, be available. When there's a question, walk them through that FAQ. Do it with them.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we narrow it down, it'll be stressful and there'll be anxiety. It'll be a smaller group that actually now has layoff notices. And so when we do that, we will have principals and supervisors in the mix, giving the notices, answering the questions, etc. And then as we go through the process, there's interaction with CSEA and the employee, administrative hearings, and those kind of communications about, what is actually happening in that process. So we will
Thank you.
continue to do that.
And I appreciate that answer. For the dates that are listed on the seniority list, those are the dates that folks started working for the school district, not in that position, correct?
The dates should be in that classification.
In that classification?
Yes.
Okay. So
because you get seniority in a classification,
Mhm.
and so someone, oftentimes it may be that higher date, but they have to have seniority in that class. So someone could have been hired a long time ago and just started in a classification, but they aren't more senior in that classification than the other person that started 5 years ago in that class.
So let me see if I understand this. Classification A in your example, my hire date is in, 2021. But before that, I worked in classification B, and I worked there for 10 years. So I was hired in 2011. When I get bumped out or when I go down to classification B, my seniority date will be 2011.
That's correct.
And then if I had another position before that and I was in there for 2 years, my seniority date would be 2009.
Yeah, you'd be on the list in that other classification as 2009, and if there was someone hired in 2008, they'd be less senior, and
Yeah.
you'd have the position and they'd bump out.
I see. Very complicated process. Yeah.
We're going to
Yeah.
start that work tomorrow on looking at
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah. So with that complications, right? Even as clear as we tried to be with the FAQ, and I appreciate that effort that was put in. There's still going to be a lot of this confusion. So again, I appreciate your openness to opening as many channels of communication as possible. And certainly when people do get their notices, if we can continue that all the way through the process, it would be appreciated.
Yep.
Yeah. And actually, one last question. If someone thinks that their seniority date is incorrect on this list, what should that person do?
Yeah, they'll actually, there's a couple things. They could, I think we've actually already had people contact us about that, and then we look into it in HR. But there's also an administrative hearing that they will be, they'll talking to Ken about scheduling an administrative hearing, and that's where we also could hear cases like that where they believe they're more senior than someone else, and that's in front of an administrative law judge that hears those cases.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, they can either reach out to HR or reach out to
Yep.
Ken or CSEA leadership.
Yep, from here forward, my staff, myself, CSEA leadership are working on, we do all this together.
Perfect.
The bumping, all that decisions are made together.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, board, for the comments. Thank you for the presentation and the comments. This is very complicated. I did want to ask a question because I know when I first came on the board, is it typical that there are layoff notices given around? This is like not new because we got COVID funds. I think that's an important piece to talk about as well.
Yeah, so pre-COVID, there were classified layoffs just like this every year. And the reason is because there were one-time funds. Well, they weren't one-time funds. We call them soft funds. They were there every year, but we didn't know if those expenditures were going to be approved again through the site, like the single plans or site funds. And so what would happen is there would be layoff notices issued every year, sometimes to the same employees. They'd just walk in and get it and go, yep, done this before, 10 times before. The difference, though, now, and then COVID hit, and we didn't do that because we needed employees. And the difference now, though, is the law requires us to do this by March 15th. The old system was a 60-day, so we had more time to be able to figure out what the impacts of the layoffs are going to be an issue in a more targeted way to the employees that really are going to be displaced. So, but it is not something new. It just is new in the last 3 years. So, yeah.
Well, I appreciate all the work and the continued working together to for the greater good of all. And I would say, as we are a district of, we don't have just money that's just going to be there that we can consistently count on. It is on many occasions. It's one time. It's based on the state. It's based on taxes, based on so many things. And so I would say on the onset of that, as part of when we are hiring people for those positions, that's really clearly stated, so that even though we'll still get to this complicated process, just because that's what happens because of the fact that, employees are protected and they're able to bump into different classes. But the more that we're upfront with that, and then we're constantly communicating about if it's something that's always happening, and obviously it's changing earlier as a result of the law. But the more that we're able to do that, so it doesn't feel like we're insensitive to this, or like it's just it's just what we do. But it's really something that we're being mindful of, because we have the money to provide the service at that time, knowing that that service is either going to be reduced or whatever as a result of those monies going away. So I think that's really something we have to continue to communicate and show as a part of a value that we're going to communicate up front why we need this and what it's being based on. So I think that will help us in communicating out to the community that are dealing with this day to day, and like you're doing it. You're saying it, I'm sure it's just as complicated, even though you're working with it day to day. So the more that we can clarify out in the public, because there are a lot of eyes and ears on this, and so we want to make sure that we're clearly communicating throughout this process and being mindful and sensitive to those who are going through it as well. So with that, any additional comments and or questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the attached classified and confidential seniority list.
I second the motion.
Okay, motion and seconded. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Becchio. Now we will move to G2, is report on the governor's 24-25 budget. Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening. So just to continue the complexities of budget, let's talk about the governor's budget. So just like our school budgets, the state budget has a cyclical process of reporting budgets, just like we do. So the governor's budget for next year, for 24-25, is reported out in January. So it's a projection of what we think the budget will be in next year's budget. The difficulty with that, along with what we're experiencing, the state also is experiencing the decline in expenditures associated with COVID funds. They're also experiencing the kind of restarting of normalcy in the state after a global pandemic. So there's a lot of issues to contend with, and currently the state budget is not looking quite as good as it has in the last few years. So when the governor released the budget in January, prior to releasing that, the Legislative Analyst's Office took a look at the numbers, and they projected ahead of the governor's budget that there was going to be a significant deficit in the state's budget. I think their recommendation was that it was about a 68 billion with a B deficit in the budget. When the governor released the state's budget in January, he said, no, it's not that much. It's going to be 37 billion. So that sounded better, but it's still deficit with a B. So then going forward, the next time we will see the budget again will be at the May revise. So at that time, there will be more information. We'll know kind of what the revenues have come in, what the sales taxes that have come in, different things, so that we'll have a little better understanding of actually where we're going to be for next year. But already, currently, it's not looking as good as what the governor had projected. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I will in just a second. So another thing that I wanted to say about this time period is generally the budget releases and then a bunch of trailer language comes afterwards. So right now we've just received some trailer language, so I'll update you on that. And I think that's all I wanted to say on that. Okay. So the governor, like I said, is projecting a $37 billion deficit, but the good news on that, at least as far as the governor's budget goes, is that there shouldn't be much impact to K through 12 education. Because what we're going to do, what the state's going to do, is use some of the reserves, the rainy day reserves that were all kind of had been put aside for year after year to pay for some of this deficit. But what that also means is the higher COLAs that we've had year after year are kind of, that's not going to happen next year. So they're projecting a 0.8% COLA for next year. And that more affects LCFF districts than it does us, but it does affect us in some ways, and I'll explain that. In the certain programs like special education and the career tech programs, these are programs that are kind of outside the LCFF, and those get a COLA every year. So if we're not getting that 8% that everybody else has been getting in LCFF for these programs, that's going to hurt us, because we kind of, we always have growth in special education in the expenditures, so we will not be having the revenue to kind of offset some of that growth. Now, the trailer language I talked about, the one thing that really kind of does affect us, or could affect us, is in regards to the Learning Recovery Block Grant. So this was a block grant that was released a couple years ago to help. It's also one-time funded, and it was in order to help kind of students get back on track with learning recovery. Last year, we had received funding, and the state actually cut some of that funding and took some of that money back. So we were told that's not going to happen this year. We're going to be able to spend the money that we have. But if our funding is not encumbered, which means we either have actuals and already put some, invoices in place to spend the money, if the funding is not encumbered by July 1st of 2024, the districts will need to do a needs assessment type plan. And the idea is that this remaining money will be to support students who are either low or very low in the English and math scores, or who have chronic absenteeism, or both. So the idea is we want to try to spend that money, and then if we get down to having money left over by July 1st, we will need to bring forward a plan on how we're using the money for these students. Now, here's my warning. So remember I said the Legislative Analyst's Office had estimated a larger deficiency in the state budget. On February 16th, the Department of Finance announced that the state's revenues were $5.9 billion lower than the governor's projection in January. So we've just barely started this year, and we're already seeing some issues that might be happening with the budget, which could be concerning, and we may see some updates at the May revise then if the revenues aren't coming in. So some of the reasons that it's not. The Legislative Analyst's Office, the LAO, they released a report just today, so this is hot off the presses, that the January personal income tax collections are really what makes up that $5 billion deficit, which is 24.5% lower than what the governor's budget had anticipated at this point. So some of the indicators for the state revenue remain weaker than we would like. And one example of that is investments in California startups and technology companies remain depressed. They're not where they normally are. And relatively few California companies are going public. So we're not having those startups that we're kind of more used to. So all of that is just kind of a warning. We will obviously keep an eye on what's happening at the state, but this affects us because it'll affect us for those areas where we receive COLA, like I've mentioned, but it also might affect us in other areas where we still have some one-time funding that could potentially get clawed back again. So, you know, if we have plans for that money, we have to be really careful with it. And there are times when potentially the state has reduced some of the funding even for the community-funded school districts. So it's kind of it's a little bit of a tense time going into the next school year, not really knowing what's going to happen there with that budget. Sorry I didn't have better news.
Thank you for that presentation. But it was energy, so you know, at the end of the year, so it's great. Any requests to speak? Board members, any questions, comments? Dr. Bill?
I just have a question. The Learning Recovery Block Grant was not a specific COVID fund, but was an additional grant. And does it have an expiration date?
It does. I don't have it open, but I believe it's 2028.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
And it sounds like we're not quite sure how much money we'll get.
We've already received the money.
Oh, okay.
So at one point we were supposed to receive 17 million, and then it was 15 million, and then they took some of it back last year. So we currently have about 5.5 million left.
Okay. And I think, just to be clear, because I think this question came up earlier, is this would be in one of what we put as our restricted reserve, because it's money that we have, but it's already designated to be spent. So it doesn't really, as far as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't add to our general reserve percentage. That's the restricted gets deducted. So we have the money, but we have to use it in a very restricted way. So we can't count it towards our reserve, our general reserve.
Right. So it is set aside in the restricted side of the budget, and so we receive the revenue already. But as you say, you know, we'll keep spending it down.
Yeah, and it doesn't count towards that 10%, 3% number that keeps coming up.
Right.
Right. Yeah, it gets subtracted from that. Yeah.
No questions, Mr. Escobedo?
I recall at some point in the last year or so hearing about tough state budgets and that they may defer issuance of monies for the arts and I forget what the prop was, but can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes. So most of our money comes from property taxes, and it comes in different chunks. I always call it chunks or allocations throughout the year. Those school districts that are LCFF funded, they receive state funding every single month. So their cash flow is a little, you know, more stable because they receive money every single month. In 2008 and 2009, when we were in a recession, the state was in a situation where they just did not have the cash flow to pay school districts. So what they did was they deferred payments of LCFF. So the idea would be, okay, school, we're going to give you this amount of money throughout the year, but the last 2 months, we owe it to you, but we're going to pay it into the next school year. So it was kind of like for about a 3-year process, they would just kind of push some of the apportionments into the next years so that it would help with the state cash flow. It was really hard on school districts, though, because we continue to have our expenditures per usual. We have to pay payroll and all those things. So a lot of school districts were required to get loans from different places to be able to just continue with the cash flow. So that doesn't affect us as much because we receive property tax monies. But there, in those years, I think Trustee Banning had said, in those years, the community-funded districts also had some money taken back from them to kind of make it more equitable between the community-funded and the LCFF-funded districts. So that could happen. I mean, they could say, you know, we're just not going to give you as much. We do get a little bit of state money, so they could just say, we're not going to give you that state money, and you're just going to live on your property taxes for a while. So There's all kinds of things, but that is one way that the state can kind of manage a deficit like that, is to just kind of to like push the expenditures into the other years.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, board members? I would just, again, echo those comments and just say that, living through all of those different things, I know when we were back some time where the government, we had a deficit and we were having to loan money to our grantees because they were waiting on those state funds to come in. And so I think that also is an important extension of a conversation of why reserves are what they are.
Yes.
Really being really important that when we have money coming in, it's going into the restricted side for this. There's specific reasons. Also, at the same time, that we're funding services with that. And when the state does it, because they do it every time that they get the opportunity to do so, to pull those money back. But that service is still being delivered in the district, and so we need to balance the use of our reserves to be able to balance that with regards to what's happening with the budget. And so, as I think about all the things that you've just said here, we're right in the middle where we have a health reserve, and doesn't mean that we're not going to use it in an efficient manner to address all the issues that are coming up. But it's those times it's rainy for a certain reason. Even sometimes when it's sun shining, there's some issues going on because of these projections that are going on. And also what affects us too, just in terms of like for the delay in filing taxes, right? So that goes into the projections. That's a huge thing that is also need to consider to keep us stable. We need a health reserve to be able to do that. So there's reasons for that, not to be defensive about that, but there are practical reasons why it has to be that, because we see that as you're speaking to us today. So thank you for that report, even though it's late, but it was great. Thank you. I didn't really mean to rhyme on that, but it just came. So now we'll move to our last report, G3, the 23-24 LCAP mid-year update. Mr. Vance. Oh, and Miss Edison has rolled it up too. Okay. All right.
Good evening, President Sims Moten, Board, and Dr. Maldonado. All right, the LCAP mid-year update report. This report in particular is designed for two things. It's the first time that the state is requiring us to do this. We're going to cover two specific items. One is that we're going to start looking at the student data that's going to drive our decisions as we start to make or start to develop our LCAP that's going to be coming up, our 24 through 27. So our new 3-year LCAP. The other part of this is that we're supposed to report out expenditures. So how much we've spent per item at this time. So that's what you'll be seeing. The LCAP has 4 goals. We've really designed it in a way to make it easy for folks to remember. Yesterday we had a meeting with all management with the school district, and we went actually through this slide presentation and they did an analysis of it. Basically, goal 1 addresses academics. Goal 2 addresses behavioral and social emotional. Goal 3 addresses culture and climate. And goal 4 is an addition that we had to add, and that addresses special education. By the way, I want to tie this into MTSS. We always talk about MTSS. Goal 1, MTSS is broken down into 2 buckets. Really simple. Goal 1, academics. Goal 2, social emotional behavior. So those are the 2 things we focus on in our schools and in the district, and that's how we make a change with our kids. So I just want to reiterate that part of it. Here we go. Goal 1, just specifically, I'm going to just give you a breakdown. You could read through this. I'm going to point out key items at, what time is it? Yeah, 10 o'clock at night, so I'm not going to read through each one of these. Good news. Okay. Couple things in particular. We have the action item. That's part of goal 1. We have 14 action items here. The fund expenditures, I provided for you here some of the specifics. I know that I've been hearing with our meetings, and thank you, Dr. Beal, for joining us with the previous meetings and hearing that we would like to see more and more data. This gives you the breakdown of how much expenditures, or what expenditures, what we are spending our money on, okay, with expenditures. And then we have the current expenditures and then the budget. The thing on the bottom I want to point out in particular, the lines that are blue address only elementary schools. The lines that are green address both junior high and high school, as you could see from the bottom line there, or the bottom, yes, thank you. And then the high school's orange, and then all schools yellow. This second slide here is still part of Goal 1. Just a couple things for you to be aware of. The budget totals on the far right, they include the LCFF funding that we have to separate in terms of out of our general fund, specifically for LCAP. That total amount is $23 million, approximately $23 million. What you're seeing on the right is when we submit the LCAP, we also fold in other funding sources that address LCAP goals, and we put in additional monies. So specifically, we have put in $27.7 million. So that includes one-time funds, Title I, CTIG grant, and so forth. When we submit our LCAP, and if you want to go to our LCAP on the website, you'll see at the very end of the LCAP an expenditure sheet that just breaks it down clearly. And we have to submit it and let the state know what we are specifically spending our funds on. The point I'm bringing up is that we actually spend 83% of all designated LCAP funds. Out of the $27.7 million, we spend $23 million on personnel. So, and that's actually on the sheet, the LCAP expenditure sheet that we have, that we submit to the state, and it'll actually break it down, personnel and non-personnel expenditures. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. The last item in particular is that our biggest chunk of money that we're spending on an action is that 1.44 or 1.14. That is because, as you could see in the second column at the bottom, that's 7.662 million, right? Or it is basically the 6.2 million for the class size reduction teachers. That's where that lives. As well as we have MTSS specialists in that bucket right there in particular. So that's why that is the biggest expenditure. This data you saw at the student outcomes report, and when we gave it to you, I believe that was in November. This is the data that we have to start using to make our hard decisions on what to do. As you could see, everything went up from last year to, 2022 to 2023 in terms of CASP, but you can notice that the high school that we actually went down. So yesterday we had the conversation of what will we specifically do, and we heard from our staff that we need to start drilling down specifically on what expenditures were used in terms of addressing mathematic needs. So for example, if you were to go back up and see 1.1, we have we have mathematic pull-out sections or intervention sections that we use in junior high and high school. So that's one item. And we want to analyze these specific items that address mathematics learning and see how we can improve that. And actually drill down even more into the specific schools. We have graduation rates. Last year at this time, the student outcomes report 2, we did graduation rates. We did all the data sources that we collected from the state at this time and solidified. You'll notice that there was a dip that went up in 2022. If you, some of you were on the board and you remember that the state allowed us various ways to support students to graduate as we're coming out of COVID. We're back to normal now, and you see that reflected in the data. Again, A through G rates, so we got that information, and you could see the trajectory there. I want to point out, since we have the slide up, we have EML students, foster youth students, homeless students, students with disabilities, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Those are the group of students that we are required to address with our LCAP. So you will see these data sources every time we show this information. Just a little plus to that is we're also showing the race breakdown of our students, because we also know that we're all interested, the board is interested in seeing that information as well. And then last is our high school dropout rate that we have presented. And then again, taking this data that we're using year after year with our current LCAP to determine how we will proceed as we go and make decisions about everything that we're going to do. I want to point out something particularly important. We determine what we want to do as a school district to address our student needs first and foremost. That's number one. And then number two, once we determine what we're going to do and how we will address it, we will determine whether it's going to be supplemental curriculum, assessment, staffing. All of these things are figured out into the process, and then at the end we apply the funding to that. That's the crucial part of this process. So when people are asking, are you spending money? Can we just slide people into the LCAP? That's going backwards. We're required to go forwards in terms of analyzing our data. What are we specifically wanting to do? And then to determine the solutions to that process. Okay? And last, here's the our EML data and the two drivers, or the two action drivers for that out of Goal 1. And you could see the changes over the 3 years. And I would like, at this time with Goal 2, bring up Ms. Edison.
So in Goal 2, we really are focusing on our sense of belonging, our how do we ensure that students and families feel valued, supported, seen, and included on our campuses. You can look at the expenditures there. Mr. Vince has already pointed out the color coding and the allocations. We're going to move into what our dashboard looks like with our climate culture work. It really is around how it appears up on the dashboard. I'm going to point out a couple of celebrations, and then as well as areas that we're already focusing on. I do want to point out that this is last year's data. As an MTSS district, we progress monitor. We use data every single day. We literally pivot on a dime if our data is telling us we need to do something different. So there's things we've already put in place this year based on this year's data, but we are looking at last year's data. Our chronic absenteeism number, remember that is any student who misses 10% or more of the school year based on the number of days they are enrolled in the district. We'll take a student enrolled in the whole year, that's 180 days. Any student who misses 18 or more days is reported to the state as a chronic absentee. Years in the past, we used to talk about truants, which means you miss 3 or more unexcused absences of 30 minutes or more. The law requires us to notify parents with very specific language, put them on notice that their student has been classified as a truant. We've moved away from truancy and really focus on chronic absentee. It doesn't matter why a student is not in their seat. If they're not in their seat, they're not engaged in learning and all the other amazing experiences that come with school. So we really focus on chronic absenteeism. We did have a decline. That is a national trend. It isn't just the district, but we did have a decline, and we should celebrate that. We're down 2.4%. We'll continue to do the work to make sure that students are in seats so that they can access the learning. I did make note of what the state average is, and the state average is 24.3. So we are under the state average, and we are going in the right direction. I do want to highlight our homeless students, our families in transition. We did see a decline of 9.3% in their chronic absentee rate. We know life is already happening. There's tons of barriers that come along with just not having stable housing. But I do want to commend this board. You did take action last year with the resolution on November 15th, authorizing us to think differently about how we support our homeless students with some of the emergency funds that came out. And part of that was providing housing for temporary housing for families. In last year's numbers, we did provide housing for our 17 students. That was a total of actually 8 rooms because we got this money late. Word got out that we are using money to support our homeless students. I can let you know this year we're already at booking 49 rooms for families. So I do want to celebrate the work that we've done last year that I do believe contribute to the decrease in our students. We also provide gas cards to help students and families get back and forth to school. As we were waiting for gas cards, we provided Uber cards for our elementary families to get students back and forth. We provided opportunity for them to get clothes and toiletries and food with gift cards to Target. So we are looking at the whole needs of students, not just they need to be in the seats, but how can we remove some of the barriers that are preventing them from getting there. So that is a success, and we'll continue to do that work as long as there's funds to do that. We do have 2 areas that we need to focus on, 2 groups that are in the red, or at least that have increased. That's our African American students and our foster youth. Really working with our site staff and identifying who those students are. One of our initiatives we put in was Name, Face, and Story. That's part of this work because students don't walk in and say, I'm a foster youth, I got removed from my house and I don't know. Although we do communicate with the county when students are placed in foster care, it's still an opportunity for them to slip through cracks. And moving to new districts, and life is just happening. Our African American students, we've been talking about that tonight, the experiences that may be happening on our campuses that may contribute to their chronic absenteeism. I do just want to highlight some of the efforts that are in place that we hope to see have a positive impact in our future reporting. We are, as a district, working on climate culture. The climate is how students experience our schools. Cultures is the norms that are set by adults. So we have moved to a district-wide survey. We like was said, we used to use the California Healthy Kids survey. We probably surveyed 3,000 to 4,000 students. Moving to surveying all 3rd through 8th grade, we surveyed 8,000 students last year, or in our last dissemination of the survey. So we are getting a wide sample across our organization. And as we spoke, also triangulating that with the family experience and staff experience. We're able to actually disaggregate that data by any subgroup that we collect within our own ARIES system. So that data source is user-friendly for our sites to be able to dive a little deeper so that they can put targeted efforts into their safety plans, their SIPSAs, and any of the efforts they have going on campus. We are addressing attendance systemically, right? The sites are conducting attendance review conferences. It's a lot of time to sit with families and find out what are the barriers to education. So we are transitioning to group attendance review conferences so that we can really pack them with resources in one-stop shop and families can come in and get the services that they need. And it also allows the sites to really monopolize their time. At the district level, we have instituted a district SARB. We previously used to refer to the county SARB. That is now the last stop on our tier. Our support is we're bringing families in and ensuring that they're not only aware of what resources were at their site, but what are the community resources that we can connect them with, and doing group SARBs in that manner as well to meet the masses of our families as well as individual hearings. We also are doing home visits. I'm excited about the number of home visits that have been reported this year by our family engagement liaisons and as well as our site admin, because we do know when we meet families where they're at, we're really building authentic relationships with them and they understand that we're partnering in attendance. Yes, there's an accountability piece at the end of that, but the reality is accountability isn't going to get kids to school because they know it's the law and life is still happening. They're just in survival mode. So we partner with them to try and remove all the barriers so that we can ensure students have access. 139. There it is on there. It's late. 139 home visits to date. Our name, face, and story initiative, and then our combating anti-blackness efforts. When we saw that our attendance group for African American students had increased in their chronic absenteeism, we know that school is a place that everyone should feel like they belong, and so doing some targeted efforts, the targeted interventions and supports for those students, we really focused our contracts this year on meeting our subgroup and our populations. With the work with our BSUs, really having a positive affirmation space for Black students on campus, partnering across departments with Ed Services, getting them down to the Black College Education Tour to see HBCUs and experience that, and then our Recognize, Respond, and Report, our 3 R's. Again, as an organization, we're responding to what may be barriers to attendance for our African American Black students. Want to just highlight for our suspensions, we did increase slightly. That's a 0.4% we did increase, and we had no groups in the red, so that's good to have no groups in the red. There's a lot of work going on around how do we respond appropriately to adolescent behaviors, and that could be support, or it could be consequences, or it could be both, right? So we want to be realistic about, we expect students to show up students every day, which means they may push boundaries and need help making good choices, but we also know that we're in the work to do this. The right people are at the seats. We had 5 groups in the orange. It almost fell across our targeted groups that we need to report on in our LCAP with our foster youth, Hispanic youth, homeless youth, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and our students with disabilities. The work that we're doing to ensure that we have appropriate responses, and I'll come back to this slide. I'm going to go forward. Oh, it isn't in there, but I'll tell you. The work we're doing to make sure we have appropriate responses to discipline is to ensure that we are not only within ourselves preparing staff to respond appropriately, but we also partner to refer out. A lot of this work we can't do on our own. You've heard us say many times, we have them 180 days and they are in the community 365, so some of those supports they need are beyond what the school day can offer. So really bringing our partners to the table and responding appropriately to that. The efforts that we're really focusing on in the district is restorative processes, being trauma-informed. How do we make sure that we're teaching the skills that kids need around the social-emotional competencies? You heard Steve talk about that, which is that self-awareness, that self-management, social awareness. How do they have healthy relationships and make good decisions, and at the end just be responsible decision makers? So we've invested a lot of work and time into that space. You hear from John Shetler during the board meetings or closed session talking about our expulsion that come through the district. Again, our numbers aren't anything to be concerned about. We have students who make choices and have behaviors that we respond to. An expulsion, it may be the appropriate route, but even in that route, we're trying to teach young people how to make better choices and not totally disenfranchise them from their education, which is the one thing that they can never lose. So even in that space, we're keeping the values of the district and how we respond to our students who have been expelled. Oh, here it is, that slide. So here, just in general, some of the things that is happening. We collect data and review it on a monthly basis, although we may be bringing you data in different periods. So we're making sure that if we need to pivot, we pivot. That's the adaptive leadership that we're exercising every single day. So alternatives to suspension, that means the school sites. That is representative actions from our school admin and teachers. They've determined there was something else that needed to be done, not suspension. Suspension sends a student home. It doesn't change behaviors, but it is appropriate when it's appropriate. We've had 168 off-campus suspensions, 224 on campus. We kept them on school, provided them instruction, but they weren't with their peers. Class suspensions, teachers have the right to suspend a student from class for up to 2 days or 2 periods, depending on how the days go, for any ed code violation. Expulsions, we've had 7 involuntary transfers. An involuntary transfer can only happen to the continuation school. So that would be a student referred to La Cuesta. So that's only 11th and 12th graders. And it's for any ed code violation or any time that we've shown, the site has shown to, in our department, which is John Shetler, who oversees this work, that other means of correction are feasible. They've tried everything to support the student, and nothing has changed the student's behavior or attendance. That's the only 2 things that a student can can be involuntarily transferred for. That case is then reviewed, checks and balances for yes, everything, you did do everything, or actually no, keep trying to support the student. Ripple effects we talked about. We heard some great things tonight about staff creating lessons for students, but we also provide packaged supports for students because we want to also make sure that all of our students across the district have access to what we call our consistent commitments through our MTSS. Ripple effects is one of those tools for that to happen. And these are just highlighting, we work with AVP, we make referrals to CADA, Teen Corps, Freedom for Youth, and What is Love, really shifting our contracts to what the needs are based on our data. And I will pass this back to Steve.
Thank you. So this is our goal 3, which is actually focusing on culture and climate as well. It's separated from the goal 2, which this one in particular was really addressing equity within our school communities. As you could see from 3.1 that is where the work that we're doing in terms of the anti-blackness work in the oversight committee and so on, that's where that lives, as well as the connections with the community. And so we have the director of community partnership there as well. With the next slide going into the last, this next one, as Kenyon was actually stating, this is data from Panorama, and this is from the first round of Panorama, and this data will be driving our efforts as we move forward to determine if we're making impact with our students this year, so we don't have to wait until next year. So the next round that we'll be delivering the survey will be in March. So, and you could see the separation from our grades. The difference here as well is that we're doing grades 3 through 6 and 7 through 12, unlike Chicks, which had select grades. It didn't have all the grades like this does. So, and this is going to be a very useful tool as we measure both Goal 2 and Goal 3. The last one, Goal 4, is specifically, you'll see that it's addressing our special education students. One of the things I wanted to point out to you, if you notice the expenditure, you see it's $96,000 and we budgeted almost $400,000. One of the things that if you're going through the sheet, if you see it has FTEs or full-time equivalency or one position. For example, here we have not been able to hire a SPED interpreter translator. We've held interviews, we've done the calls for filling this position, and we were unable to fill it. And I actually put that there, unfilled. However, what we are going to do and what we have been doing with this money is putting into our classified overtime to the interpreter and translator, so we at least can continue to try to provide those services to our families. So we're not just giving up because we couldn't hire somebody. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Lastly, we have all the planning meetings that we've set up. The first 3 meetings are essentially the same meeting at different times to allow the community, staff, families to participate and get the overarching understanding of how we're going to go into the LCAP planning process. And as you could see, one of the things that we're going to do this year that we've received guidance from the county, which was, can we turn our PAC, which says it's the Parent Advisory Committee, and also open it up so we said we would like to incorporate our community. So maybe you're not a parent or you've been a parent, but we know that you're interested in this process. So, and they said, definitely you can do that. So that's how we'll be approaching the PAC this year. So with that said, we're open to public comment and questions. Thank you.
Any requests to speak? Okay.
We have one public commenter, Florette Janigian. Janigian. I'm going to.
Doing a great job. It's late. So yes, I'm a parent. And I have to say, I'm very concerned about the high school math data that is shared in that report. If I'm understanding it correctly, is that 21% are meeting the standard and 79% are not? I mean, that's very, very disturbing. If those math standards are not being accessed and done appropriately for these students to go out and lead their lives when they leave high school. And I think maybe we need to look at year-long math classes. Maybe the semester block system isn't working in high school, and I think we have to look about that. I've talked to Dr. Sheffield before about some of the challenges with a semester block schedule if you're taking AP exams. And if you are doing that as a second semester child, you've got 13 weeks of instruction. You're missing 5 weeks of instruction before that AP test. And I think some of these math students are having that situation too, where it's a condensed, accelerated curriculum for them. And I just don't know if you can, I don't think it's successful. 79% is not successful. That's alarm bells. I mean, my breathing is getting very heavy. And I think there should be concrete goals shared with parents and the community about that. And let me tell you, if that's the $60 million in the one-time COVID funds, I just don't find that successful spending of money if that many of our children are not making it. So I'm hoping I'm misunderstanding that, but if it's 79%, this is something like a all-fire alarm that something needs to be done, and I would look at that block schedule, and I would look at year-long math classes for students, and there needs to be better communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Moni DeWitt.
Yeah, hello there again. So yeah, this topic is extremely important, and I do concur with what our previous speaker said. But yeah, LCAP is super important, and how we spend it. The California Ed Code says specifically it must be spent in the most effective manner for those vulnerable student groups. And what's really hard about this is that the community engagement is not, it's not authentic. And in fact, last year, and I do appreciate both of these reports, but since I'm limited time, I just want to get to the point. The community wasn't invited. It wasn't on anything. It was like just parents are allowed. And then I questioned that because the actual law, and Governor Brown says this, and it's right in there. It was the intent of the law was actually community engagement. Straight away, sorry. And but we don't have meaningful community engagement. I went to it 2 years in a row. Was on the parent because actually one of my son was at middle college, which was a good experience. And I got on it, and we were given the goals. We weren't creating them. We didn't have an open-ended discussion. And the reason why I quickly want to give in some suggestions, our MTSS system doesn't work fast enough or well enough for special ed. And we have people talking about layoffs, and we have people talking about getting money out of LCAP. What we really need to think about is a different model. And it's the model to be very proactive because our costs are high in special ed. We can reduce special ed by 70%, and there's other districts that do it by doing different practices and also by being super critical with how that LCAP is spent. Because like in medicine, I'm just going to say, there's a basic standard of care. You can't give somebody a shot with a dirty needle, and there's an expectation that you go into the hospital and you feel better when you come out. And there's a commitment, there's a promise to parents that we're going to teach them to read and to write. And I also believe in the arts and music, and we can put that in there. But what I'm talking about is that baseline. for students, and we're not reaching it. And what really breaks my heart is the A through Gs. And when we're congratulating about graduations, how would you like to be a special ed student and only 23% of them graduate with the A through Gs? They can't apply to a UCSB. They can go to City College, which is good, and I've talked to plenty of them. I know one person who went 9 times, couldn't take it, couldn't handle the work. So we're letting them down, and that's the priority that LCAP should have. And I do think belonging is important, cultural respect, a lot of these other topics, but how much money are we spending on different ones? Because I want to see that as a community member, because I think if our kids have foundational skills, they're going to succeed, and you won't have absences, truancy, and just people we graduate without foundational skills. It's not right, and we can do better, and we know how.
Thank you. That is the last point.
Thank you, Moni. Moni, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Board members, any comments or questions? Ms. Beal?
So, yes, I did participate in LCAP as a parent, and so I'm pleased to hear that the community will be invited, because I think there is a group of parents and other people involved in education that would have something to contribute. I think moving forward, I appreciate the reporting. It is certainly improving over time. And so I would be actually curious, this panorama survey just sounds like it's being used in different settings, and I would actually be curious as to what that survey asks and what it's, just as a board member, because I'd like to know and maybe have it be available to people who are not actually current parents who are involved like myself.
Yes, we can have the questions sent to you. We sent the questions out last time in our communication with parents, so they can read all the questions before their students ask them. Those are just the points that we pulled out that are tribute to LCAP. We ask about a number of things, academic rigor. We ask about a number of different things. I can have those sent to you. I'll send them to the superintendent.
And maybe one comment, having participated in the committee before, is, we've been using these terms that I think are a little newer, equity index. We've been starting to parcel out, are we using the same dollar amount for every unduplicated student at every school? So it's nice to see those reports. I think one thing that struck me, because I'm actually looking at old presentations and sort of catching up and reviewing things now in my new role, and I think the one thing that probably has been said at every LCAP meeting, which wasn't so clear, but when we look at these numbers, where it's becoming a little clearer, is there are schools that are almost over 90% unduplicated students. There's the same dollar amount being spent per student at those schools as there are at other schools where there are fewer unduplicated students. There's a high number at all the schools. That's pretty clear. And so I think one of the comments, and maybe one of the things that hopefully can be discussed and addressed, because it's come up every year for 3 years, is how do we, when we're talking about culture, when the majority of students at a school are LCAP funded, the culture is very different. And so I think when we talk about interventions and stuff, we have to pay attention to that culture, because it actually affects the interventions. So something to just keep in mind for this upcoming year.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, good. Thank you for that question. We do have an equity index formula for school sites, and there are some school sites that are, as you say, 90% plus. In one of the categories, maybe it's low-income students, but also have foster youth students and homeless students and, a larger amount of the unduplicated count students across the board. And so for those schools, I create a formula for the schools that have the higher needs, and those schools get more money, because that's the reason for that, is because they have higher needs. And in some of the different categories. So we provide for the school sites, we provide funding in LCAP, in some of the titles, in just regular general fund, in lottery monies, unrestricted lottery, restricted lottery, those kinds of things. And so in some of those categories that are not just based specifically just on, one of the formulas that is like free and reduced meal, the old category for that, if it's just general fund or some of those other categories, I do a formula based on the higher needs of the unduplicated count students.
I'm glad to hear that, and I think my comment really speaks to the fact that when the LCAP committee meets, they have several meetings that are very intense, and the starting point should be that information, and that way the conversation that goes forward can be more productive instead of people saying, I'm not sure the school is getting enough money, and they're obviously people would want a lot more data. They want to say, okay, with this school, what's the intervention? There seems to be a particular issue. Are we doing a more targeted intervention for this school? Obviously it's a big program, and all the students, we have bigger goals and we have smaller goals, but I think really my comment is we need to start out with the information, and that way the conversation is a lot more productive as we move along, and we're going to create a whole new set of goals for the next 3 years. It would be really nice to start off with a good starting point.
That makes sense.
Additional comments, Mr. Escobedo?
I mean, to follow up on that, because I'm looking at some of these results, particularly A through G, and it's not encouraging in some of these categories, and I understand the challenges. I particularly I do strongly believe that when students, and I know that there are so many challenges, and this is a road, and we've talked a lot today about this is deep work. This is not stuff that happens overnight, and we're trying to set the foundation for decades to come so that we see this progress. But I strongly believe that students should graduate with the agency to make decisions for their life outcomes, and that includes deciding whether or not they want to attend a university, a four-year university, or a community college or a trades program. And I have particular focus on this. Is something that I've brought up in my time on the board. And so what I would like to see at some point, and this is what I'm hearing, and we are data-driven, and that's something that I do appreciate about the MTSS approach. And what I heard earlier from Dr. Maldonado is definitely centering the student and the student outcomes when we're developing our LCAP. One data point that I would like to see as we're developing our LCAP are the interventions and what were the effects of the interventions, getting some of that data to draw out so that we can make really informed decisions. I know that we're going to get pulled in many different directions about what to include in the LCAP, but I'm sure that there are interventions that we tried that didn't have the impact that we wanted, and there are interventions out there that other school districts have tried and have had great impacts, and there are great successes in this LCAP, I am sure of it. But I want data points and information like that to inform these conversations, because right now it seems a little, it's not as tangible to me as I would like it to be. And that's a little bit on me. But if you could help us as we move through this LCAP process with that information, it would be much appreciated.
Can I offer
Yeah.
just something for one thing that I've noticed this year compared to the previous years is that we've actually been providing reports, not only the student outcomes report, but for example, we did the report about STAR.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been reporting about the various approaches in terms of Tier 1 instruction and so forth. And it's all folded into one entity, one thing, which is what are we trying to do with our students. I think you're your remark regarding the interventions, the effects of the interventions, that's going back to the mathematics, and I pointed out that first goal, which is the math support sections. Just because you have math support sections doesn't mean that it's going successfully or that it's not going successfully. We have to drill down, and that's what we're doing. We've already, with Ed Services, we'll be providing, again, the second outcome report, or student outcome report, next board meeting. But at the same time, we're going to be providing more and more information to our community, so we're all making decisions that are knowledgeable for all of us. I think the challenge for us is actually making it clear and concise, right? Without the baseball jargon that we tend to do in education. So.
No, and that is a real challenge. And I mean, as someone who enjoys being in the weeds, I often understand that challenge. But I don't think that it's impossible for us to do. And I think we can bring people along. I think it may take a little bit longer, but we can explain these things to folks, and it may take a couple times hearing it. It took me a few times hearing it, and now I feel like I have a much better grasp to have this conversation. Yeah, and so last question that I have for you is, I know you explained it. It didn't absorb for some reason, but when I'm looking at the LCAP expenditures to date, compared to the budget total, why does it seem like and you explained one reason that might be is that we have unfilled positions potentially, but it seems like in many of them we're very far from spending what we had budgeted for, and we have less than half of the school year left. And so I'm wondering why that might be, and it's never going to be one reason, but if you can just give me a little bit of context and information about that.
Yes. So, for example, there's one goal in there. I think it's like 1.6 or 1.5, something like that. That has to do with tutoring, and our tutoring, that funding actually started in December, but we've just started the process of delivering the tutoring. Basically, some of these bigger gaps you'll see have to do with unfilled FTEs, because that's the biggest chunk that you'll see. There's one that's a small pocket of money. It has to do with testing, or not testing, but it's PSAT or something like that.
College
and
prep.
Yes, exactly. And that's just because of the timing of when that occurs.
I see.
That's why you see we haven't really started the expenditure of those funds. So
I see. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having discussions about the LCAP and hearing from folks. And if you could just let us know how and what best way to be involved in the process, that'd be great.
Definitely.
Any additional comments, board members? Yeah, I would just add to this is another one of those complicated pieces, and how do we improve the process? Looking as an agenda management, this may be one of those options where that's the subject of the report and discussion, so that we're able to do that. Try as we might to have a good and tight agenda, sometimes organically things happen, so we don't want to be here till 11 o'clock either. But I'm just saying, so this may be while we manage the agenda, where this complicated issue, that it's one that we do as opposed to putting together, just because we want to be prepared for all the work that goes into it. So we want to honor that time and space for that. Okay, with that being said, thank you so much. Thank you for your public comments as well. Thank you for also being here, staying with us late. Now everybody's leaving. So, okay, so we didn't have any items that need to return back. We did that. Coming events, you can see that on the agenda as well. Also wanted to mention that some of us attended the Black and Gold Gala at, is it the Hilton now? Yes, it was the Hilton now. It was very well done in terms of those pieces. And our honor band was there, was providing some of the music there. And so appreciating our students participating in that as well. Future agenda, coming events, April 27th, but we'll be in another meeting before that, is our board retreat, April 27th. We want to make sure we're doing that. Future agenda items, know that we can add to this list, but I think we're okay at 11 o'clock at night. So if you are the things that you want to hear, and we're pretty much doing it throughout the meeting as well, directing superintendent to add things. Other than that, thank you so much for your attendance tonight and your reports. And our next meeting is March 12th. Same place, same bat channel, same bat time. All right, you guys, we so adjourned.